Chapter 1160. Buddha's body boom boom boom. The tremors grew more and more intense, as if the entire space was about to collapse. Miao LV barely managed to stabilize her body, a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Lu Hantian slowly stood up, his eyes flickering as he stared intently at the stone chamber in front of him. He could feel an unprecedented, terrifying aura from there. "Is that Zhuowen?" Lu Hantian muttered. Then, a terrifying golden light pillar shot up into the sky with an aura that could pierce the heavens. Soon after, a 10,000-foot-tall Buddha figure slowly appeared from the golden light pillar. A pair of Buddha eyes squinted as it looked down at the barren land below. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the golden light pillar appeared, Xiang and the other four, as well as Elder Xiwan, who was still studying the Yuan array, walked out from a nearby building. When they saw the 10,000-foot-tall Buddha figure in the sky, their eyes were filled with intense shock. "Those who see my body will have the heart of Bodhi. Those who hear my name will break evil and cultivate good. Those who hear my teachings will gain great wisdom. Those who know my heart will become Buddha." The majestic voice was like thunder, a gale, a storm, and a tsunami. It resounded throughout the entire fourth level of the Yuan Qi Tower. The solemn echo filled the entire Yuan Qi Tower. Even the golden light leaked out of the Yuan Qi Tower, and the 10,000-foot-tall Buddha figure appeared in the sky above the entire county capital. In the provincial capital, countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the sky. When they saw the majestic Buddha figure, their eyes were filled with shock and awe. Before this Buddha figure, they actually felt a sense of worship from the bottom of their hearts. Bang! The tough stone chamber suddenly exploded, and the crisp sound of footsteps slowly rang out. Amidst the dust, a tall and straight figure slowly walked out. Around this figure, the 9 flames karmic fire was like 1,000 snakes that surrounded his body, transforming into a terrifying sea of fire. "Zhuowen?" Lu Hantian muttered softly as he looked at the golden figure that was surrounded by countless 9 flames of karma. At this moment, Zhuowen's skin appeared as if it was gilded with gold. However, he no longer had 4 heads and 8 arms. Instead, he had 1 head and 2 arms. However, there was a wheel of light behind his head. That wheel of light shone with Buddhist light and was exceptionally dazzling. The 5th level of the nirvana of the Great Sun was immortality. This level had already reached the realm of returning to one's original state. Moreover, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that when the nirvana of the Great Sun was pushed to the extreme, which was the realm of immortality, the Buddha demon eye automatically switched to the Buddha eye. The Buddha eye used the supreme power of Buddha Tao to condense a Buddha body that was extremely compatible with the power of Buddha Tao. Thud, thud, thud. Another set of footsteps sounded in the dust. The black-robed Zhuowen silently followed behind the Buddhist Zhuowen and appeared in front of Lu Hantian, Miao LV, and the others. "These are 2 Zhuowen?" Lu Hantian and the others first looked at the black-robed Zhuowen and then at the Zhuowen who was shrouded in Buddhist light. They were all in a daze, and their hearts were filled with doubt. Lu Hantian came before the black-robed Zhuowen and the Buddhist Zhuowen and asked with a slight frown, "Which one of you is Zhuowen?" The black-robed Zhuowen and the Buddhist Zhuowen looked at each other and smiled faintly. The black-robed Zhuowen said, "We are both Zhuowen. It's just that we have 2 bodies, but we share the same sea of consciousness." "Zhuowen, is this the result of the secret technique you cultivated during your seclusion?" Whether it was the black-robed Zhuowen or the Buddhist Zhuowen, their auras were both peak heavenly venerables. Lu Hantian even felt a sense of threat from the Buddhist Zhuowen. Obviously, the Buddhist Zhuowen wasn't ordinary. "You can understand it that way." The black-robed Zhuowen chuckled. Lu Hantian nodded and took a deep look at the Zhuowen. After not seeing him for more than 2 years, the Zhuowen gave him a mysterious feeling. Although the Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak heavenly venerate, he still felt a faint sense of threat from the Zhuowen. For a second-level Emperor realm warrior to feel threatened by a peak heavenly venerate warrior, this was an extremely inconceivable thing to many warriors. However, Lu Hantian felt this way. In fact, when Zhuowen used the 9 flames karmic fire to successfully cultivate the final realm of the Nirvana Vairocana, the Buddha demon I seemed to have triggered some kind of taboo. The Buddha demon I emitted an extremely rich Buddhist power. This Buddhist power was extremely vast, and it directly formed a Buddha body in front of Zhuowen that looked exactly like him. The power of the Buddha body carried all the Buddhist power of the Nirvana Vairocana. Moreover, this Buddha body also contained a part of Zhuowen's consciousness. If Zhuowen wanted to frighten this Buddha body, it was completely a matter of thought. He could control this Buddha body as if it was his own arm. What was even more strange was that this Buddha body could merge with Zhuowen, erupting with power that was far beyond his current limit. It seems that I have activated part of the Buddha demonized power after cultivating the Nirvana Vairocana to the extreme, Zhuowen murmured in a low voice. He knew very well that the Buddha body's appearance was all thanks to the Buddha demon I. Boy, if you can reach the peak of the 5th level bedevilment, you may be able to activate the Buddha demon I again and construct a devil body for you. This way, you will have 3 bodies at the same time, which means that you will have 3 lives. Moreover, the devil body's combat power is extremely terrifying. If you can reach the sovereign realm with the devil body, you will be worthy of the title of Demon Emperor. Boy, you have benefited greatly this time. While Zhuowen was deep in thought, Xiaohei's voice rang out in his mind. Her voice contained a strong sense of excitement. 3 bodies, 3 lives. The human body can become a human emperor, the Buddha body can become a Buddha, and the devil body can become a demon emperor. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes burst with an extremely strong light. He knew that if he could really split the Buddha demon body, as Xiaohei said, and if he could really split the Buddha demon body, the battle power of the 3 bodies would definitely be extremely terrifying. If all 3 bodies could reach the sovereign realm at the same time, his strength would definitely far surpass other Emperor realm cultivators. It seems that I should hurry up and deduce the power of bedevilment to the 5th level. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhuowen chuckled. Looking at Zhuowen's silly smile, Lu Hantian and Miao Elvi looked at each other with a strange look in their eyes. Zhuowen, since you have come out of seclusion, you should discuss countermeasures with us. Suddenly, Lu Hantian said to Zhuowen with a grave expression, "Is it about the Qing Emperor?" Seeing Lu Hantian's serious expression, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. Lu Hantian nodded and said, "According to the report of the spies, the imperial capital has been preparing armed forces recently. I think the Qing Emperor will very likely bring people to attack our heavenly empire in the near future." "This guy finally can't recognize me?" Zhuowen snorted coldly and continued, "Brother Hantian, I wonder if the Flame Emperor of the Yenxian Empire has brought people over." Hearing this, Lu Hantian smiled and said, "The Flame Emperor came to Muqin County a few days ago and is now at the house of Marquis Qin. Moreover, the Yenxian Empire's troops have been arranged by him at the border of the Qing Xian Empire. As long as he gives the order, they can completely assist us in resisting the Qing Emperor's troops. It's good that he's here." Seeing that the Flame Emperor had indeed kept his word and came, Zhuowen nodded, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Previously, he was still a little worried that the Flame Emperor would break his promise. It seemed that he had thought too much. How long will it take for the Qing Emperor to send his troops over? Zhuowen suddenly asked. "It should be within the next 3 days. I have already deployed the troops, and the Heavenly Empire's troops are all ready to go, Lu Hantian said. Zhuowen nodded slightly and immediately looked at Elder Shiwan, who was not far away, and said, Elder Shiwan, there are still a few days left. I plan to set up a huge formation outside the prefecture. I hope you can help me. Ha ha. As long as you are willing to do it, this old bag of bones will accompany you. Elder Shiwan naturally had no objections. After that, the group of people left the Vitality Tower with clear division of labor. Lu Hantian began to deploy the Heavenly Empire's troops, while Zhuowen, Elder Shiwan, and the others went to the house of Marquis Qin to meet the Flame Emperor. After that, the two of them did not stop to rest and came to a barren land outside the prefecture. This time, Zhuowen planned to set up the river diagram formation in the jade tripod after this period of meditation. Although he had not completely mastered it, it was more than enough for him to get started. Coupled with Elder Shiwan, who was a complete Grade 6 Arcana Master, Zhuowen was confident that he could set up a huge river diagram formation outside the city. The power of this formation was extremely terrifying. It could seal the five senses of a martial artist, causing them to fall into a state of no resistance and be at the mercy of others. When Elder Shiwan helped Zhuowen set up the river diagram formation, he was also shocked. This was because he also discovered the mystery and power of the river diagram formation. If the power of this formation was fully exerted, even he would fall into a state of slow reaction. This kid is really getting more and more mysterious. He can actually draw such a terrifying formation. I really don't know what kind of adventures this kid has had outside. Looking at Zhuowen, who was standing in the void and concentrating on drawing the formation stroke by stroke, Elder Shiwan could not help but sigh. Elder Shiwan could not help but sigh in a low voice that the younger generation would surpass them in time. 2 days. Zhuowen had been drawing outside the city for 2 days. He had drawn almost 100 miles outside the city into the river diagram formation. If someone entered the range of the river diagram formation, Zhuowen only needed to activate the river diagram formation, and countless martial artists who were trapped in the formation would fall into a state of complete loss of their five senses. Phew! After drawing the last stroke, Zhuowen let out a long sigh and sat on the ground. It was the first time that he had drawn such a huge formation. Even though his mental strength was much stronger than the average Arcana Master, it was still a little difficult for him. Even Elder Shiwan, who was acting as his assistant, felt a little exhausted. It could be seen that drawing such a huge river diagram formation consumed a lot of their mental strength. Now, we just have to wait for the fish to take the bait. After resting for a while, Zhuowen waved his sleeve and concealed all the power of the river diagram formation around him. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Zhuowen, what is the name of your formation? Elder Shiwan asked curiously. Chapter 1161. 2 armies face off rows, and rows of soldiers wearing black metal armor quietly stood on the large empty ground outside the imperial capital. The black mass looked just like an endless dark cloud. Countless soldiers raised their heads and looked up with worshipful gazes. On the city wall, Emperor Qin stood quietly, looking down at the dark cloud of soldiers below. He said faintly, "The remnants of the Celestial Empire have invaded Qinxian. They deserve to die. The remnants of the Celestial Empire have invaded Qinxian. They deserve to die." Countless soldiers roared as if their hearts and lungs were being torn apart. They shouted these words passionately, and their eyes were full of excitement. "Let's go to Muqin County. Today, we must kill the remnants of the Celestial Empire." The Green Emperor slowly opened his mouth. His right hand pointed in the direction of Muqin City. Immediately, monstrous and orderly footsteps resounded outside of the capital. The black mass of soldiers, under the leadership of their respective generals, moved in unison toward Muqin City. Emperor Qing stood quietly on the city wall, looking at the soldiers who were gradually leaving. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Elder Qingji, when will we make our move?" Not long after the soldiers left, 2 teams of 10 people leaped onto the city wall and came to Emperor Qing's side. The leaders of the 2 teams were Jin Sheng of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty and Yun Zhongjuan of the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty. It was Jin Sheng who asked the question. "We just need to follow behind the soldiers. With the military strength of the imperial capital, we can definitely crush the Celestial Empire. When the Celestial Empire's military strength is almost exhausted, the high-level cultivators will come out to help. At that time, we will suddenly appear and catch them off guard. Isn't that better?" Emperor Qing said with a smile, with his hands behind his back. Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng both nodded. Emperor Qing's move was good. The military strength of the imperial capital was much stronger than that of the Celestial Empire in terms of both quantity and quality. They could force the high-level cultivators of the Celestial Empire to come out. When the time came, they would definitely catch the Celestial Empire off guard. "Let's go," Emperor Qing said, and a group of people quietly followed behind the army in front. With their cultivation, it was too easy for them to be undetected. When the army of the imperial capital set off, the atmosphere in Muqin County became extremely solemn. In the reception hall, Lu Hantian, Zhuowen, and the others were all sitting upright. Their eyes were full of solemnity. Just now, the Celestial Empire's scout studio reported that the Emperor Qing from the imperial capital had sent an army to the Celestial Empire. They were obviously intending to gather all the forces was to attack the Celestial Empire, to attack the Celestial Empire. The Celestial Empire's attack. "Emperor, Yen Emperor, how many soldiers, how many troops have you, Empire?" "How?" "Emperor, Emperor, Emperor, Emperor of the Empire. Yen Emperor from the Empire, 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 Emperor of the Empire, 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 Empire Studio. Emperor, 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 Emperor Flame, Yen Studio. Emperor, Emperor, Empire, Empire, Empire. Emperor, Emperor, Emperor. Emperor, 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 Emperor. Emperor, 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 Emperor. Emperor, 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 Emperor. Emperor, 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 Emperor. Emperor, 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 Emperor. Lu Hantian frowned slightly and said with some worry, "Our Celestial Empire only has 150,000 soldiers. Even if we include the reinforcements from the Yenxian Empire, we only have 350,000 soldiers. The difference is a little big, Brother Hantian. Don't worry. Senior Shiwan and I have set up a very powerful origin formation outside the county capital. This origin formation can completely reverse this difference," Zhuowen said with a confident smile. "I hope so," Lu Hantian said worriedly. Although Zhuowen looked extremely confident, he was still a little scared. After all, the difference of 150,000 soldiers was extremely huge. If we can't deal with them this time, we can only let the high-level cultivators of the Celestial Empire take action together to make up for the lack of numbers, Lu Hantian thought to himself. He was also a little helpless. "Let's go to the edge of the city first," Zhuowen said with a smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Soon after, the group walked out of the reception hall and used their movement techniques to rush to the edge of the city. The Origin Qi Tower that stood not far from the county capital had already been absorbed into Lu Hantian's body. He had already refined the Origin Qi Tower into an emperor weapon. Naturally, he could store and release it as he wished. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire provincial capital had become extremely solemn. Everyone had sunk into a pressure that was difficult to hide. Numerous armored soldiers in the city gripped their weapons tightly in their hands as they waited for the bloody battle that was likely to occur. Our Yenxian Empire's soldiers have arrived. Shall we meet the imperial capital's soldiers outside the city? The Flame Emperor suddenly said. Yes. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he heard deafening footsteps coming from afar. Soon after, they discovered that a few hundred miles away from the city, a black mass of soldiers was neatly walking towards them. The armor of these soldiers was engraved with a flame symbol, indicating that these soldiers were the soldiers of the Yenxian Empire. Your Majesty, the Flame Emperor. When the 200,000 soldiers of the Yenxian Empire arrived at the city, they all knelt on one knee and shouted respectfully to the Flame Emperor on the city wall. The Flame Emperor nodded and said in a clear voice, "Stay where you are." Yes, the soldiers of the Yenxian Empire did not disobey the Flame Emperor. Instead, they all responded and turned around, staying where they were. At the same time, the city gate of the county capital slowly opened. The 150,000 soldiers of the Celestial Empire walked out in an orderly manner under Lu Hantian's command and stood beside the soldiers of the Yenxian Empire. On the city wall, the important figures of the county capital had all arrived. Even Uncle Lu, Fang Yu, Lu Yuanhua, and Lu Yongsheng were standing on the city wall. However, the four of them looked at Zhuowen with a trace of respect in their eyes. Lu Hantian had already announced Zhuowen's identity to the entire county capital. Therefore, many people in the county capital knew that the young man standing beside Lu Hantian was Zhuowen, who had shaken the entire Qingxian Empire. He had once killed 5 holy masters alone, and even dared to fight with Emperor Qing. Although he lost in the end, it was a glorious defeat. After all, Zhuowen was only at the sovereign realm back then. It was already impressive for someone with such cultivation to have the courage to challenge an emperor realm expert, let alone fight with Emperor Qing like Zhuowen did. Although Zhuowen's cultivation has improved a lot, and he has reached the peak Holy Master realm, he has yet to enter the Emperor realm. How can he be a match for an Emperor realm expert like Emperor Qing? Fang Yu furrowed her brows and said with some dissatisfaction. Although he had heard many legends about Zhuowen in the past, Zhuowen had yet to enter the Emperor realm. Even if he was at the peak of the Heavenly Venerate realm, there was still a big gap between him and the Emperor realm. Zhuowen wouldn't be of much use in this high-level battle. Brother Zhuo is a grade 6 Arcana Master. This time, he and Elder Shiwan have set up a powerful origin formation outside the city. How can it be useless? Miao LV said with dissatisfaction as she placed her hands on her hips. He is a grade 6 Arcana Master. Fang Yu was stunned and did not say anything else. A peak Holy Master might not be of much use, but a grade 6 Arcana Master was much more useful in a battle. Rumble! A dull, rumbling sound came from afar. Then Lu Hantian, Zhuowen, and the others frowned as they saw an army that was as dense as a black cloud advancing in their direction. The Imperial Capital Army is here, Lu Hantian said in a low voice as his eyes shone with a sharp light. I don't see Emperor Qing and the others in the army, the Flame Emperor said with a frown. I'm afraid they are secretly following behind the army. We have to be careful. Emperor Qing and his reinforcements are not simple. We can't be careless, Lu Hantian said cautiously. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the Imperial Capital Army arrived at the foot of the city and confronted the Celestial Empire's army from afar. A murderous aura suddenly erupted. When the two armies faced off, momentum was the most important thing. Both the Imperial Capital Army and the Celestial Empire's army stared at each other with cold eyes. Kill! After the confrontation lasted for half an incense stick's time, a general in heavy armor at the front of the Imperial Capital Army shouted. He held the green dragon crescent blade in his hand and slapped his horse's belly with his feet. He commanded the thousands of soldiers and horses to charge toward the Celestial Empire's army. "Stay where you are and don't move." Zhuo slowly uttered these words, causing the Celestial Empire's army, which had been in an uproar because of the imperial capital's army flying over, to quieten down. Although many of the soldiers showed displeasure in their eyes, obeying orders was their code, and they absolutely could not go against it. What is Zhuo doing? Why is he telling the army to stay where they are? Is he trying to kill them? Zhuowen's voice was not loud, but it was extremely loud and clear. Many people around him heard it clearly. Everyone was stunned at first, then they raised their doubts. Although Lu Hantian and the Flame Emperor were also surprised, they chose to believe in Zhuo unconditionally. When the imperial capital army was about 100 miles away from the city wall, Zhuo and Elder Shiyuan looked at each other. Immediately, the two of them formed a seal at the same time. Suddenly, a mysterious power surged out from the 100 miles. In the sky, a huge draconic horse was soaring, and the river diagram pattern on its back was constantly being outlined at a speed visible to the naked eye. The moment the river diagram was outlined, an extremely powerful aura flowed out, spreading over the entire range of 100 miles. The army of the imperial capital that had charged into the area of 50 kilometers was instantly stunned, because they noticed that their 5 senses seemed to have vanished at this moment. They were unable to hear, unable to see, and even their sense of smell and touch had been completely taken away by the river diagram formation. Kill. The moment the array was activated, Zhuo spat out the word kill. Monstrous killing intent soared into the sky and filled the sky above the entire county. Kill. Chapter 1162. Start the war behind the imperial capital's army. Emperor Qing, Yin Zhongjuan, Saint Jean, and a few others followed quietly. With their imperial power realm cultivation, it was naturally easy for them to hide their tracks. This time, Yin Zhongjuan and Saint Jean each brought 3 people. Including Emperor Qing, there were a total of 9 people. Coincidentally, among the 8 people from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and Alcade Holy Dynasty, there were 4 martial emperors. The remaining 4 were peak heavenly venerables. Yun, Zhongjuan, and Saint Jean were 3rd-level martial emperors. The other 2 martial emperors from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and Alcade Holy Dynasty were 1st-level martial emperors. Including Emperor Qing, who was 2nd-level martial emperors, there were a total of 5 martial emperors. This was an extremely terrifying lineup. One should know that in the past, Emperor Qing was the only martial emperor in the Qing Xian Empire. Even after Lu Hantian's sudden rise, he had also advanced to the martial emperor realm. There were only 2 martial emperors in total. But now, with the support of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and Alcade Holy Dynasty, Emperor Qing's side had a total of 5 martial emperors. For a small place like Qing Xian Empire, it was definitely an extremely terrifying lineup. It could even be said that in Qing Xian Empire, such a lineup could even sweep away everything. This was also the most fundamental reason why Emperor Qing was so confident at this moment. Our imperial capital has a total of 500,000 elite troops, while the Celestial Empire only has 350,000. The difference in strength between the 2 sides is huge. When the Celestial Empire's army can't resist, Lu Hantian and the others will definitely not be able to sit still. When that time comes, we will give them a warning. At that time, Lu Hantian and the others will definitely be unable to escape. If Zhuo is in the Celestial Empire, he will definitely make a move. Then it will be time for the 2 of you to take revenge, Emperor Qing said with a chuckle. I hope that little bastard Zhuo is in the Celestial Empire. Our people are not so easy to kill. Since he has killed them, he must pay with his life. Yun Zhongjuan said with a cold gaze, although Saint Jean beside him. Saint Jean did not say anything from the murderous intent that burst out of his eyes. He was thinking the same thing as Yun Zhongjuan. Kill. At this moment, the imperial capital's army began to charge. Looking at this scene, Emperor Qing crossed his arms, his eyes filled with confidence. 500,000 against 350,000. No matter how one looked at it, their imperial capital's army had a much higher chance of winning. Under Zhuo Wen's command, the army of the Celestial Empire stopped completely where they were. Emperor Qing frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He did not know what Zhuo Wen was up to, but a cold smile still appeared at the corner of his mouth. When the river diagram array rose, the Heavenly Empire's army moved. What happened next stunned the Qing Emperor, and the expression on his face froze. This was because he discovered that the soldiers of the imperial capital who had entered the river diagram formation were all stunned on the spot. He did not know what they were doing. Even when the Celestial Empire's army approached, they still did not notice. In such a strange state, the imperial capital's army, which had been full of momentum, suddenly became stray dogs. They were almost unilaterally slaughtered by the celestial army without any ability to resist. What's going on? Emperor Qing murmured in disbelief. It's that formation. Yun Zhongjuan's gaze suddenly fell on the huge dragon horse in the sky, and he could not help but whisper to Emperor Qing. This formation, was it set up by that little bastard Zhuo Wen? Emperor Qing stared at Zhuo Wen's figure on the city wall in the distance. Just now, it was Zhuo Wen who told the Celestial Empire's army to stand still. When the imperial capital's army fell into the river diagram array, it was also Zhuo Wen who said the word kill and ordered the Celestial Empire's army to slaughter the imperial capital's army. It seems that this kid is indeed a little unusual. However, it's useless no matter how unusual he is, because he will definitely die. Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng looked at Zhuo Wen with murderous eyes. Their purpose for coming here this time was to kill Zhuo Wen. In just half an hour, the 200,000 imperial capital soldiers who first entered the river diagram array were almost single-handedly slaughtered by the Celestial Empire's army. On the other hand, the Celestial Empire's army did not suffer any casualties. Such a battle record was really heaven-defying. On the other hand, the remaining 300,000 soldiers of the imperial capital revealed terrified expressions as they retreated by almost 100 steps. Not a single one of them dared to step into the river diagram formation. What had happened earlier was truly too strange to them. The Celestial Empire's army did not pursue them. After witnessing the power of the river diagram array, they were full of awe for Zhuo Wen. To be able to set up such a powerful formation, Zhuo Wen was obviously an arcanist with extremely powerful mental strength. Soldiers were most afraid of arcanists. This was because such an existence in a war could generally determine the outcome of the war. If this formation is not broken, your imperial capital's army will not be able to compete with the Celestial Empire's army at all, Jin Sheng suddenly said. The Qing Emperor's expression was quite ugly. His eyes flickered as he said to Jin Sheng and Yun Zhongjuan, "It seems that we still need to take action in this war. Can you, too, lend me a hand? Qing Ji will definitely thank you after this matter is over." Jin Sheng and Yun Zhongjuan looked at each other and smiled. Since we're already here, why can't we give Elder Qing Ji some face? Besides, our goal this time is that little bastard Zhuo Wen. Since this little bastard is on the Celestial Empire's side, it's not a big deal to destroy the Celestial Empire while we're at it. Hearing that the two of them had agreed, the Qing Emperor's eyes lit up with joy. He said, "Now I'll go and break that formation first. Once the formation is broken, We'll begin the attack on the Celestial Empire's capital." With that, the Cyan Emperor took a step forward and instantly rushed out from his hiding place. He came to the sky above the river diagram array, and a terrifying Emperor's aura spread out, causing 9 cyan stars to descend from the sky, making it look extremely powerful. "Your Majesty, the Qing Emperor." Seeing the Qing Emperor appear, the imperial capital's soldiers shouted and knelt down on one knee. Their originally dispirited morale suddenly rose. The old fox, the Qing Emperor, has finally come out. On the city wall, Zhuo Wen, Lu Hantian, and the others' eyes lit up as they stared at the figure surrounded by 9 cyan stars. Looking at the Qing Emperor's goal, he should be trying to break the river diagram array. "We can't let him succeed. I'll go and meet him." Lu Hantian snorted coldly and suddenly stepped out. 9 white Emperor stars descended and instantly arrived where the Qing Emperor was. With a stomp of his right hand, the 9 white stars crushed toward the Qing Emperor like 9 mountains. The Qing Emperor, who had originally planned to destroy the formation, also noticed Lu Hantian's 9 white stars. He frowned slightly and had no choice but to use the 9 green stars to block them. Bang! 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 The 18 stars instantly collided, and a thunderous sound resounded in the sky. Then white and green starlight scattered out, enveloping the entire sky above the Celestial Empire's capital. It was as if a meteor shower was falling from the sky. Thump! 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 The Qing Emperor and Lu Hantian each took dozens of steps back and faced each other in the sky. The terrifying Emperor's aura was like a mountain, enveloping the entire Celestial Empire's soldiers and causing them to tremble. They could not withstand the Emperor's aura and knelt on one knee on the ground. "Lu Hantian, you've improved a lot. In just 2 years, you've actually reached this level." The Qing Emperor looked at Lu Hantian with fear and said coldly, "Hee, isn't this all thanks to you? Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking you. Don't you think so, Qing Emperor?" Lu Hantian grinned and said in a carefree manner. Hearing this, the Qing Emperor's face twitched and his expression darkened. Then he looked at Zhuowen and said coldly, "Zhuowen, didn't you come all the way back from the Sea of Bitterness to take revenge on me? Now that I'm right in front of you, why don't you come out?" Hearing that the Qing Emperor, a second-level emperor, was challenging Zhuowen, a peak heavenly master, many people in the Celestial Empire felt contempt. The Qing Emperor is really shameless. He's a second-level emperor, and Big Brother Zhuo is only a peak heavenly master. How dare he ask Big Brother Zhuo to fight him? Miao LV snorted indignantly. Fang Yu, Uncle Lu, and the others nodded in agreement. The Qing Emperor's actions were indeed despicable. Of course, many people also thought that Zhuowen would not accept the Qing Emperor's challenge. After all, there was still a huge gap between the two. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, Zhuowen stepped out and appeared in front of the Qing Emperor in an instant. He stared at the Qing Emperor fearlessly and said, "You're right. I, Zhuowen, have come here to chop off your dog head." Hearing this, many people in the Celestial Empire stared blankly at Zhuowen's back. There was only one thought in their minds, and that was whether Zhuowen had gone crazy. Although Zhuowen had improved a lot in the past 2 years, he had not reached the Emperor realm. How could he be a match for an Emperor realm cultivator? Ha! Zhuowen, you are still as arrogant as before. A mere peak, heavenly venerable actually dares to accept the challenge. I don't know if I should say that your courage is commendable or that you are foolish. The Lotus Emperor suddenly sneered. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely calm. He said indifferently, "The rest of you don't have to hide anymore. Since the Qing emperor dares to lead the soldiers of the imperial capital to launch a general attack today, he must have some reinforcements. So, come out. Sure enough, as soon as Zhuo Wen's words came out, 8 silhouettes rushed out from their hiding places and landed beside Emperor Qing. These 8 silhouettes' auras were extremely terrifying, especially the 2 in the lead. Their auras were even stronger than Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian's, 2/3 Heaven Emperor realm cultivators. Lu Hantian stared at Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng and could not help but exclaim, "There are actually 2/3 Heaven Emperor realm cultivators. Such a lineup!" Lu Hantian's voice was not soft. Countless cultivators in the Celestial Empire heard it clearly and burst into an uproar. Even the Yen Emperor could not help but tremble, and a trace of intense fear appeared in his eyes. How did the Qing Emperor do it? How did he manage to find so many Emperor realm cultivators? Chapter 1163. Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng. Whether it was Jin Sheng or Yun Zhongjuan, their auras were extremely similar to Supreme Jin and Blue Emperor. Therefore, when Zhuowen saw them appear, he deduced that they should be from the Blue Whale and Alcade sacred dynasties. After all, Zhuowen had slaughtered the top geniuses of these 2 sacred dynasties, including Supreme Jin and Blue Emperor. Looking at the group of 8 people who suddenly appeared, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with understanding. In fact, when he knew that the Azure Emperor would ask for reinforcements, he should have known that these so-called reinforcements were most likely from the 2 sacred dynasties. With the conflict between Zhuowen and the 2 sacred dynasties, even Zhuowen didn't believe that the 2 sacred dynasties didn't hold a grudge against him. The Azure Emperor only needed to release the news that Zhuowen had returned to the Azure Mystic Dynasty, and the 2 sacred dynasties would definitely send experts to hunt him down. Pretty smart. We are indeed from the 2 sacred dynasties. I am Jin Sheng of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty, and he is Yun Zhongjuan, the Holy Lord of the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty. Jin Sheng chuckled, his voice filled with sinister intent as he said coldly to Zhuowen, "The Holy Lord of the Blue Whale Sacred Dynasty, Yun Zhongjuan?" Zhuowen glanced at Yun Zhongjuan. The pressure that Yun Zhongjuan gave off was even stronger than Jin Sheng's. He should be at the peak of the 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm, not far from the 4th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. "Kiki, Zhuowen, I think you know why we are here. You have killed many people from our 2 sacred dynasties. You should know your crime, right? I think it's better for you to obediently surrender." Yun Zhongyang stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "What if I don't?" Zhuowen replied indifferently. Yun Zhongyang's eyes curved dangerously, and he said, "If you don't obediently surrender, I think you know the consequences better than we do. We will make you suffer a fate worse than death." "Hee. Then I want to see how you will make me suffer a fate worse than death." Zhuowen laughed and mocked fearlessly. "Humph, you little brats who don't know what's good for you, attack together. Capture this little bastard for me. Just remember not to kill him," Yun Zhongyang said to the 3 people behind him. Yes, among the 4 people sent by the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty, only Yun Zhongyang was a 3rd Heaven Monarch. As for the remaining 3, one of them was a 1st Heaven Monarch, and the other 2 were peak Heavenly Venerables. The Wavering Light Holy Dynasty's lineup was similar to the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's. Jin Sheng remained indifferent when he saw Yun Zhongjuan making a move. He just stood there quietly. Zhuowen was just a peak Heavenly Venerable. There was no need for the Yao Guang Holy Dynasty to join forces with the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty to deal with him. Otherwise, they would be overestimating Zhuowen. Xiang. Zhuowen stood quietly in the void, watching the 3 people from the Blue Whale Holy Court approach. He calmly called out to Xiang and the other 4 on the city wall. Immediately, 5 figures descended behind Zhuowen. their auras as vast as the sea surging out. Boom, boom, boom. Ziyang instantly clashed with the first heaven monarch of the Blue Whale Holy Court. Bai Mei and Huang Liang also clashed with the other two peak heavenly venerables. Instantly, terrifying yuan qi filled the sky. The colorful yuan qi emitted by the six people spread out, stimulating the eyes of everyone present. Zhuowen actually has such a powerful force by his side. Yun Zhongjuan muttered to himself with a frown as he looked at the three subordinates blocked by Ziyang and the other two. Zhuowen is not simple. He actually has 5 powerful subordinates. Yun Zhongjuan, do you want me to give you a hand? Jin Sheng suddenly said with a chuckle, although Jin Sheng was surprised by the sudden appearance of Ziyang and the others beside Zhuowen. He didn't really care. A first heaven monarch was no different from an ant in his eyes. Jin Sheng, you don't have to beat around the bush. Hurry up and let your subordinates attack. Zhuowen is only a peak heavenly venerate. A first heaven monarch should be more than enough to deal with him, Yun Zhongjuan said with a cold snort. Jin Sheng smiled and nodded to the 3 people from the Alcade Holy Court behind him. Then, the 3 of them looked at each other and rushed toward Zhuowen according to Jin Sheng's order. Damn it! Lu Hantian frowned when he saw this. He stepped forward, intending to help Zhuowen. However, Qing Emperor blocked him at the right time. Lu Hantian, your opponent is me. Why are you running so fast? Qing Emperor said with a smile. Get lost, shouted Lu Hantian furiously. 9 white stars condensed into a beam of white light and moved towards Great Emperor Qing. Great Emperor Qing didn't panic at all. He controlled the 9 blue stars to collide with Lu Hantian's attack. Great Emperor Qing didn't panic at all. He controlled the 9 blue stars to collide with Lu Hantian's attack. The power of the stars filled the air and almost destroyed the space between them. Both of them were second heaven monarchs. Their strength was well matched. It was difficult for Lu Hantian to break through Qing Emperor's defense. Swoosh, swoosh. The 3 people from the Alcade Holy Court were very fast. They arrived in front of Zhuowen in 5 breaths. Guanghan and Xia, who were standing behind Zhuowen, looked vigilant. They asked in a low voice, Master, what should we do? The 2 of you will deal with the 2 peak heavenly masters. Leave the first heaven monarch to me, Zhuowen instructed in a low voice. Then his body shot out like lightning towards the first heaven monarch. Many warriors in the prefecture were stunned. Was Zhuowen courting death? He was actually heading towards the first heaven monarch. Brother Zhuo, Miao LV's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She couldn't help but exclaim. Fang Yu, LV Yongsheng, and Lu Yuanhua beside her also had strange expressions on their faces. In their opinion, Zhuowen, a peak heavenly master, was going against a first heaven monarch. It was no different from a moth flying into a flame. Guanghan and Xia didn't feel much. As Zhuowen's servants, they knew his strength better than anyone else. Zhuowen was a monstrous genius who had defeated Lan Zhu, an ordinary first heaven monarch from the Alcade Holy Court wouldn't pose much of a threat to Zhuowen. Of course, this was only what the 2 of them thought. Most people in the prefecture only had one thought: Zhuowen was courting death. As expected, your arrogance knows no bounds. A mere peak heavenly master dares to go against me. You're courting death. The first heaven monarch from the Alcade Holy Court was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. His eyes were long and narrow, exuding a sinister aura. When he saw Zhuowen taking the initiative to attack him, his eyes were filled with mockery. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen and the blue-robed man collided. Zhuo Wen held an azure war halberd in his hand, and a terrifying emperor's aura poured out. With a twist of his right hand, he slashed at the blue-robed man's chest. Emperor's weapon? The blue-robed man could sense the emperor's aura from the azure battle halberd. He cried out in a low voice and reached out his right hand, summoning 9 emperor stars to protect him. Boom! The azure battle halberd and the emperor stars collided. Terrifying shock waves erupted from the collision. Then, the blue-robed man and Zhuowen both retreated dozens of steps, facing each other from a distance. A low-level emperor's weapon. Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng, who were watching the battle, frowned when they saw this scene. They had not expected Zhuo Wen to possess a low-level emperor weapon. With his peak heavenly venerate cultivation base, his combat strength was actually comparable to a first-level emperor realm warrior when he wielded a low-level emperor weapon. After all, the first heaven monarch from the Alcade Holy Court did not have an emperor's weapon. Therefore, the strength he could exert was not much stronger than Zhuowen, who had an emperor's weapon. Many warriors in the prefecture saw Zhuowen and the blue-robed man retreating as soon as they collided. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Zhuowen, a peak heavenly master, was not at a disadvantage against the first heaven monarch. Instead, they were evenly matched. Of course, there were some sharp-eyed people who could see that the weapon in Zhuowen's hand was extraordinary. They vaguely guessed that the azure battle halberd was a powerful emperor's weapon. I didn't expect that you, a mere peak heavenly master, would have an emperor's weapon. Your weapon is mine. The blue-robed man stared at the azure battle halberd in Zhuo Wen's hand. He whistled and flew out again. This time, he didn't hold back and used his full strength. The terrifying emperor's aura was like a huge mountain crushing down, causing Zhuo Wen's body to sink. Third-level bedevilment. Zhuo Wen held the halberd in his right hand and stood proudly. He directly exerted the power of the third-level bedevilment. Suddenly, a terrifying blood chi burst out, forming a terrifying blood-red vortex with him as the center. His blood hair grew to his buttocks. Kill! With a step, the terrifying power left a ring-shaped airwave in the void. Zhuowen shot out like an arrow and arrived in front of the blue-robed man in an instant. Whoosh! The azure battle halberd was wrapped in an indomitable aura and turned into countless halberd shadows, piercing towards the blue-robed man's vital points. Damn it! How did this guy's aura suddenly become so strong? The blue-robed man's pupils shrank as he felt the terrifying aura coming from Zhuowen's azure battle halberd. His face finally changed. He raised his hands, and a surge of yuan power gushed out. The 9 emperor stars gathered together and formed a starry shield. Bang! The sharp tip of the azure war halberd abruptly shot out, colliding with the star shield. Then a crisp and ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out, and the azure war halberd's forward momentum was halted. Morning treasure seal. Zhuowen was not in a hurry. He immediately used the morning treasure seal of the 7 emotions treasured seal. A sorrowful aura descended on the blue-robed man's heart like a curse. Then, the blue-robed man was shocked to find that his strength had been weakened by nearly 20%. Break. Chapter 1164. Jin Sheng makes a move. A blood-curdling scream rang out as the blue-robed man stared at Zhuowen in disbelief. He was a first-level emperor, but he was defeated by a peak heavenly master. Die! Zhuowen twisted his right hand, and a terrifying blood chi erupted from the azure battle halberd. The blue-robed man felt a sharp pain in his chest and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even the nascent soul in his body could not escape the fate of being destroyed. Countless droplets of blood rained down. However, the entire county, both inside and outside, had sunk into silence. Everyone stared at the blue-robed man, who had already exploded into a bloody mist and could not be any more dead. All of them fell into a daze. The blue-robed man, a first-level emperor, was so weak that he was instantly killed by Zhuowen, a peak heavenly master. When everyone recovered from their shock, they knew that it wasn't that the blue-robed man was too weak, and it was that Zhuowen was too strong. A peak heavenly exalt had instantly killed a first-level emperor. Exactly how terrifying was this kid? So strong. Miao Elvi covered her mouth and murmured softly. Fang Yu, Lu Yuanhua, and Elvi Yongsheng were even more shocked than Miao Elvi. Although they knew that Zhuowen was strong, they had never imagined that a peak heavenly master could kill a first-level emperor in an instant. How did Zhuowen do it? Fang Yu, in particular, hated Zhuowen because of Miao Elvi's warm attitude towards Zhuowen. He wanted to take revenge on Zhuowen. Fortunately, he did not take revenge in the end. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Lord Zhuowen is mighty. Outside the city, the 350,000 soldiers of the Celestial Empire shouted one after another, their faces full of impassioned expressions. The high and mighty enemy emperor realm expert had been killed by Zhuowen just like that, greatly boosting the morale of the Celestial Empire's army. Many soldiers even looked at Zhuowen with eyes full of admiration. The news of Zhuowen's return had already spread throughout the city. Now that Zhuowen had killed a first-level emperor, countless warriors in the city looked at Zhuowen with burning eyes. Boom! The Qing Emperor and Lu Hantian clashed again, and then both of them retreated dozens of steps. Both of them noticed the situation on Zhuowen's side, and were surprised. Lu Hantian looked surprised, while the Qing Emperor looked gloomy. Ha! Zhuowen, I knew you would gain something this time. This is really beyond my expectations. You killed a first-level emperor as a peak celestial master. Your talent is absolutely monstrous. Lu Hantian laughed. The Qing Emperor's face was extremely ugly. He looked at Jin Sheng and Yun Zhongjuan and said, "You too. This Zhuowen is really arrogant. He killed another emperor of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty. I don't think you two will stand by and do nothing, right?" Yun Zhongjuan sneered and said to Jin Sheng, "Brother Jin Sheng, that emperor was a member of your Yaoguang sacred dynasty. I don't think you will stand by and do nothing when this boy killed him, right?" Jin Sheng's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. He glanced coldly at Yun Zhongjuan, then stared at Zhuowen and said, "Good, you dare to kill a member of my Yaoguang sacred dynasty? You know the consequences." Zhuowen stood proudly in the void and said indifferently, "It's not the first time I've killed your Yaoguang sacred dynasty. Will you let me go if I kill one less person?" Boom. Sure enough, as soon as Zhuowen said this, Jin Sheng clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Terrifying Emperor's pressure erupted like a volcano and rushed out, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. "You're really courting death, little bastard. I'll tell you clearly today that you're dead meat." After he finished speaking, Jin Sheng did not waste any more time. He took a step in the air and arrived in front of Zhuowen. He pressed his right hand down and golden light flickered. It turned into a gigantic golden rock that was dozens of feet tall. This indestructible golden rock came crashing down from the sky, whistling through the air as it headed straight for Zhuowen's face. Clang! Zhuowen swept out his halberd, and the tip of the halberd, which was covered in blood qi, pressed against the surface of the golden stone. Then Zhuowen was shocked to find that a huge force came from his right hand, causing his whole body to compress. This huge force was so terrifying that it seemed like it was going to crush Zhuowen. Deng! Deng! Under this huge force, Zhuowen couldn't help but retreat dozens of steps. He stared at Jin Sheng, who was slightly surprised. Obviously, Jin Sheng thought that Zhuowen wouldn't be able to resist this move. He didn't expect that this kid would only retreat a dozen steps. Despicable. A third heaven emperor actually dares to bully a junior at the peak of the heavenly master realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Hantian's eyes were full of anger. Jin Sheng completely ignored Lu Hantian and said indifferently, "This little bastard deserves to die. He killed the third prince of my Yaoguang sacred dynasty and a few emperor realm experts. It's only right that I kill him." After saying that, Jin Sheng flew out again. Although Lu Hantian was worried about Zhuowen's safety, it was a pity that Emperor Qin was tightly entangled with him, not giving him a chance to help Zhuowen. Jin Sheng's action of bullying the weak had caused the dissatisfaction and anger of countless cultivators in the prefecture. However, no matter how angry they were, it was useless. Jin Sheng had to kill Zhuowen today. Yun Zhongjuan crossed his arms and watched the scene calmly. In his opinion, Zhuowen would definitely die if Jin Sheng took action. Although Zhuowen's combat strength had indeed surprised him, the difference between a third heaven emperor realm and a first heaven emperor realm was like a chasm. No matter how strong Zhuowen was, it was unlikely that he would be a match for Jin Sheng. Boom! Boom! Indeed, as soon as Jin Sheng reached Zhuowen, he launched a barrage of attacks at Zhuowen. Under such attacks, Zhuowen was completely at a disadvantage. It was difficult for him to withstand the attacks. Countless cultivators in the prefecture were anxious when they saw this scene. "How dare you block my attacks? Die!" With a wave of Jin Sheng's right hand, the golden stone condensed from his yuan energy emitted a dazzling golden light as it smashed down heavily in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen raised both of his hands, raising the Azura battle halberd above his head in an attempt to block the golden stone. Bang! Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. Both of his hands gripped the Azura war halberd as he plummeted downwards. Both of his feet stomped on the ground, and the force of his fall caused the ground to shake as if there was an earthquake. Zhuowen's knees were slightly bent, and his face was slightly pale. An ant dares to shake a tree? What a joke! Jin Sheng sneered. He raised the golden stone again and smashed it down. This time, the power of the attack was much stronger than before. He was confident that this attack could smash Zhuowen into a meat patty. Fourth-level bedevilment realm. Zhuowen roared. An even more terrifying slaughter demon Dao Qi burst out from his body. Above his head, a blood-colored air current was formed. The golden stone that was getting closer and closer to him suddenly stopped under the influence of this blood-colored air current. Die! Zhuowen's eyes were red. He raised the Azura battle halberd with an unparalleled momentum, wanting to cut Jin Sheng into two. Damn it! This guy's strength has increased again. Jin Sheng's pupils shrank. The golden stone that was smashing towards Zhuowen changed its direction in midair and landed in front of Jin Sheng. Suddenly, the Azura battle halberd smashed into the golden stone. Ding! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Jin Sheng was forced to take a few steps back under the power of the Azura battle halberd. Die! At this moment, Zhuowen was as immovable as a mountain. When he moved, he was as fast as lightning. He raised the Azura battle halberd and attacked Jin Sheng like a madman. Bang! 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 The two of them fought again. This time, Jin Sheng was no longer the one suppressing Zhuowen. Instead, they were evenly matched. This scene stunned countless people. Zhuowen actually had the strength to fight against a third-level emperor. This was too terrifying. This guy had yet to enter the emperor realm. Bastard! Jin Sheng couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw Zhuo Wen's sudden rise in strength. He was a third-level great emperor, yet he still couldn't take down Zhuo Wen. It was truly humiliating. Golden Star explosion. After saying that, Jin Sheng no longer held back. He formed a seal with both hands, and 9 golden emperor stars appeared. Then, the 9 emperor stars circled around Zhuo Wen in a strange trajectory. An extremely terrifying aura gushed out from the 9 golden stars at the speed of a tsunami. It was as if something was coming out of them. This attack. You'll die. Explode. Jin Sheng sneered. He took a step forward and distanced himself from the 9 golden stars. He formed a seal with his right hand. Immediately, the 9 golden stars that surrounded Zhuo Wen began to emit an extremely terrifying aura. The aura grew more and more terrifying until the 9 golden stars exploded one after another. The terrifying explosive energy was like a tsunami that instantly drowned Zhuo Wen. This kid is dead. Yun Zhongjuan sneered when he saw this scene. Oh no! Lu Hantian pushed Emperor Qing back with a punch. When he saw Zhuo Wen's figure drowned in the explosion of the 9 golden stars, his eyes turned red. Zhuo Wen! Lu Hantian stepped forward and rushed toward the explosion without any regard for his life. Emperor Qing stood silently on the spot and did not stop him. He could feel how terrifying the explosion of the 9 golden stars was. Zhuo Wen could not survive such an explosion. Even though Lu Hantian was a second-level martial emperor, it would not be easy for him to enter the explosion to save Zhuo Wen. Sure enough, when Lu Hantian was about 10 meters away from the explosion, a terrifying heat wave rushed toward him. Lu Hantian hurriedly raised his hand to block it and retreated dozens of steps in a panic. His face was extremely gloomy. This explosive energy was too terrifying. Even Lu Hantian felt some lingering fear. This time, Zhuo Wen was really going to meet a terrible end. Lu Hantian, don't waste your energy. This kid is dead, for sure. Emperor Qing laughed loudly. His eyes were full of joy. Zhuo Wen was a scourge to him. Now that he had gotten rid of him, Emperor Qing was naturally very happy. However, Emperor Qing's laughter did not last long. An indifferent voice came from the explosion. Destruction of life. Chapter 1165. Black water snowstorm. Spear. The tall figure hovered quietly in the void. Above his head was a huge blood-red saber shadow that was hundreds of feet long. A terrifying, murderous aura swept out from the figure like a hurricane. Damn it! This guy actually broke through the Golden Star explosion? Jin Sheng, Yun Zhongjuan, and Emperor Qing were all stunned when they saw this scene. Even Lu Hantian, who was the closest to them, was stunned. He had experienced the power of the Golden Star explosion just now. It was difficult for him to even get close to it, but Zhuo Wen had broken through it so easily. It was really unbelievable. Zhuo Wen, are you okay? Lu Hantian asked tentatively. At the same time, he also noticed that the Emperor's aura exuded from the blood-red saber in Zhuo Wen's hand made him shudder. This feeling was much more powerful and terrifying than the Vitality Pagoda. This blood-red saber had definitely surpassed the level of a mid-level Emperor artifact. Big Brother Hantian, I'm fine, but I'm going to settle the score with this guy. Zhuo Wen shook his head and stared sharply at Jin Sheng. Earlier, he had been suppressed by Jin Sheng and felt a little aggrieved. Now that he had been forced to use the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, Zhuo Wen was determined to kill Jin Sheng. Yun Zhongjuan, Jin Sheng, the blood-red saber in Zhuo Wen's hand is the high-level Emperor artifact I mentioned to you. Last time, he used this blood-red saber to kill Emperor Jin and Emperor Lan. However, at that time, He relied on the divine sense in the blood-red saber. Generally speaking, divine sense can only be used once, so this guy can no longer use the same power as before, Emperor Qing suddenly said. A high-level Emperor artifact. Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng stared at Zhuowen with blazing eyes. For them, a mid-level Emperor artifact was already extremely high-level, let alone a high-level Emperor artifact. Even their sacred dynasty had never had such a thing before. Ha, Jin Sheng, this thing belongs to me. You don't have to fight me over it. Yun Zhongjuan laughed, and his aura began to grow stronger, layer by layer. Upon hearing Yun Zhongjuan's words, Jin Sheng's eyelids twitched, and he said coldly, Yun Zhongjuan, aren't you being too arrogant? Everyone has a share of this, yet you actually say that it's yours. Aren't you being too arrogant? You want to snatch it from me? Yun Zhongjuan said with some displeasure. Seeing that the tension between Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng was getting stronger, the Qing Emperor laughed and said, The two of you don't have to argue. The first thing we should do now is to kill this man and seize the blood blade. As for who the blood blade belongs to, we can decide when the time comes. Hearing this, Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng's unfriendly looks disappeared. Emperor Qing was right. Blood saber had not been snatched yet, so there was no need to fight over it. Let's get rid of this little bastard first, Yun Zhongjuan said indifferently. Jin Sheng, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. Then, the two of them stomped their feet and rushed toward Zhuowen at the same time. The 2/3 level martial emperors were planning to join forces and attack Zhuowen together. Bastard, how despicable! Lu Hantian could not help but curse. Jin Sheng's attack on Zhuowen was already despised by everyone. Now, Yun Zhongyang was joining forces with Jin Sheng to bully him with numbers. This kind of behavior was completely despicable and shameless. Emperor Qing, I'll leave this guy to you. Yun Zhongyang glanced at Emperor Qing indifferently. He suddenly waved his sleeves, and a terrifying origin energy surged out. Lu Hantian was caught off guard and was forced to retreat more than 10 steps under the effect of the origin energy. Just as he was about to rush out to block Yun Zhongyang and Jin Sheng again, Emperor Qing had already arrived in front of him. He threw a punch and blocked Lu Hantian's escape route. Zhuowen, I didn't expect you to have a high-grade Emperor artifact on you. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Whether it's your life or this Emperor artifact, you'll have to spit it out. Jin Sheng sneered as he approached Zhuowen. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. The 2/3 level martial emperors joining forces gave him a lot of pressure, especially Yun Zhongjuan. He was stronger than Jin Sheng and was at the peak of the 3rd level martial emperor realm. Zhuowen could not help but be cautious. Jin Sheng, there's no need to stall for time with this guy. Quickly finish him off. When the time comes, the ownership of this blood saber will depend on our own abilities. Yun Zhongjuan said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, a long spear appeared in his palm. The spear was completely black, and only the tip of the spear was as white as snow. It looked somewhat out of place. Blackwater snow spear? Looking at the strange spear in Yun Zhongjuan's hand, Jin Sheng narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of fear. The Blackwater snow spear was Yun Zhongjuan's natal emperor artifact. At the same time, it was also an extremely powerful mid-grade emperor artifact. Jin Sheng only had a low-grade emperor artifact. Speaking of which, his strength was not as good as Yun Zhongjuan's, not even his emperor artifact. Jin Sheng frowned slightly. He knew that once Zhuowen was captured, he would not be able to compete with Yun Zhongjuan for the blood saber. Thinking of this, Jin Sheng's eyes flickered. No one could tell what he was thinking at this moment. Kill! Yun Zhongjuan shouted and took a step forward. The Blackwater snow spear was like a venomous snake that was waiting for its prey in the dark. A sharp whistling sound rang out as the Blackwater snow spear scraped against the air. Immediately, rings of black water vapor lingered around the spear. Whoosh! The Blackwater snow spear shuttled through the void and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. The latter's expression changed slightly. He raised his slaughter abstinence violation blade, and his blood chi erupted. Clang! The spear and the blade collided violently. Then, two different Emperor auras erupted, causing the void between the two to collapse and explode, forming a spatial crack. Thump! 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 Zhuowen frowned slightly and retreated more than 10 steps. His eyes were full of coldness. Yun Zhongjuan's strength was indeed very strong. Coupled with the power of the Blackwater snow spear, Zhuowen was at an absolute disadvantage. Die! Yun Zhongjuan rushed out again and waved the Blackwater snow spear. Suddenly, monstrous black water emerged from the void and rushed toward Zhuowen like a tsunami. Under the cover of this terrifying black water, Zhuowen was forced to retreat again and again. His face became slightly pale. "Ha ha! You are no match for me. Hand over the blood saber." Standing above the black water, Yun Zhongjuan looked down at Zhuowen with contempt in his eyes. Under his attack, Zhuowen could only struggle. In his opinion, it was only a matter of time before he killed this man. Don't even think about it. Slaughter destruction. Zhuowen roared angrily. He bent his wrist and slashed out. Suddenly, the killing intent soared into the sky. A saber shadow hundreds of feet long appeared again and fell in the direction of Yun Zhongjuan. Do you still want to struggle on your deathbed? Then I will fulfill your wish. Black water sky. Yun Zhongjuan snorted coldly and raised his Blackwater snow spear. The endless black water under his feet suddenly surged into a huge wave and crushed the huge blood-colored saber shadow. After the saber shadow was shattered, the terrifying black water swept across the sky and rolled down, wanting to completely drown Zhuowen. What a terrifying attack! Fear rose in the hearts of countless practitioners in the provincial capital as they stared at the boundless black water in the sky. Their eyes were filled with worry as they looked at Zhuo Wen's figure, who was facing the black water. Could Zhuo Wen really withstand such a terrifying attack? At this moment, Zhuo Wen's eyes were calm. He took a deep breath and took out an ordinary-looking stone with his left hand. The mental strength of his mud pill palace and the original energy in his body gathered in the palm of his right hand and drilled into the immortal stone. Suddenly, the milky white immortal power began to spread in Zhuowen's left palm like a prairie fire. Zhuowen's right hand gently touched the surface of the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber. I used the immortal power to activate the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber's slaughter destruction. I will name Immortal Slaughter Destruction. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice and slashed out again. Endless immortal power poured into the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber. Suddenly, the saber shadow, which was a mixture of white and red, fell from the void again. At this moment, the power of the slaughter destruction was much stronger than before. The alternating white and red saber shadow seemed to have the power to destroy everything. Boom! With a slash of the blade, the enormous blade shadow instantly smashed against the black water. Immediately, the blade shadow became sluggish. Soon after, it actually broke through the obstruction of the black water in an indomitable manner and suddenly broke out of the water. The boundless black water in the sky was completely annihilated without a trace under the might of the blade shadow. Damn it! My black water sky has been broken. Yun Zhongjuan's pupils shrank, and he could not help but curse in a low voice. However, there was no time for him to think about it. because the terrifying saber shadow created by immortal slaughter destruction had already broken out of the water and swept toward him. Black water flood dragon shadow. The black water snow spear swept out again. Suddenly, wisps of the power of the black water emerged in the void and formed countless terrifying black flood dragon shadows. These flood dragon shadows roared and entangled the terrifying saber shadow. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds produced by the collision of the two energies kept ringing in the void. The aftermath of the collision made people shudder with fear. What a terrifying battle! If ordinary warriors were to get close to it, they would be torn apart by the aftermath of the battle. Another explosion sounded, and then the black water flood dragon shadow and the saber shadow were annihilated at the same time. At the moment of annihilation, Zhuowen took a step forward and swept out like the wind. In an instant, he arrived in front of the slightly embarrassed Yun Zhongjuan. "Little bastard, I want you dead." Yun Zhongjuan steadied himself and looked at his slightly numb hand. His eyes were full of rage. He was a third-level martial emperor, but he had suffered a loss at the hands of a junior at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. It was really a shame. Black Water Snowstorm. This is the strongest move of the Black Water Snow Spear. Let's see how you block it. With a cold snort, Yun Zhongjuan formed a seal with both hands and slapped the end of the Black Water Snow Spear with his left hand. The sound of an arrow leaving the bowstring was heard, and the Black Water Snow Spear swept out. When it was dozens of meters away from Zhuowen, the black water formed a black snowstorm. The snowflakes that floated out were black, which was extremely strange. Chapter 1166. Sneak attack. Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the black snowstorm, slashed out again and again. Streaks of blood-red saber shadows, which were like blood-red mountains, spread in all directions and slammed heavily into the black snowstorm around him. Bang, bang, bang. A dull sound rang out. Then Zhuowen realized that the saber shadows created by the slaughtering abstinence violation saber seemed to be stuck in a swamp. There were no ripples at all. Suppress him. Yun Zhongjuan sneered and pressed his right hand into the void. Suddenly, the huge black snowstorm swept toward Zhuowen from all directions like countless huge mountains. Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the snowstorm, immediately felt the pressure. He swung his slaughtering abstinence violation saber again and again, destroying the terrifying power of the snowstorm that was gathering from all directions. However, there were too many black snowstorms, which made Zhuowen a little tired and unable to withstand them. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Yun Zhongjuan crossed his arms and sneered. He knew that Zhuowen, who was trapped in the black snowstorm, would be exhausted by the endless power of the snowstorm. When that time came, he would definitely die. Swoosh! A golden light flashed over. Then Jin Sheng, who was shining with golden light, came to Yun Zhongjuan's side. "It seems that you alone are enough to get rid of this kid. There's no need for me to do anything at all." Jin Sheng glanced at Zhuowen, who was exhausted from running in the snowstorm, and said with a strange look in his eyes, "In my eyes, this kid is not much different from an ant. On the contrary, Jin Sheng, you are a little redundant." Yun Zhongjuan crossed his arms and said with a slightly smug look on his face. Jin Sheng's eyes flickered. He shrugged and said, "There's no other way. After all, your Blackwater Snowstorm Spear is an intermediate Emperor weapon. Moreover, you are stronger than me. It seems that I can't compete with you for this kid's Emperor weapon." Hearing Jin Sheng's praise, Yun Zhongjuan lifted his chin slightly and revealed a smug look on his face. Obviously, Yun Zhongjuan was quite proud of being praised by Jin Sheng, who was also a third-level emperor. Whoosh! Yun Zhongjuan lifted his chin slightly and narrowed his eyes, enjoying Sage Jin's praise. Suddenly, a golden ray of light streaked across the void like a bolt of golden lightning, aiming for Yun Zhongjuan's vital parts. Yun Zhongjuan frowned slightly as an ominous feeling rose in his mind. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw Sage Jean, who was next to him, holding a golden longsword. The sword was stabbing towards his abdomen at lightning speed. It was so fast that Yun Zhongjuan did not expect it to happen at all. Puchi! The sound of a weapon piercing flesh rang out, followed by Yun Zhongjuan's shrill roar. Golden Sage! You bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? Die! Blood rained down from the sky. Yun Zhongjuan's eyes were filled with monstrous rage. He slammed his right palm and blasted it at Jin Sheng, who was beside him. Saint Jean narrowed his eyes and suddenly twisted his right hand, which was holding the golden sword. Golden light burst out, and a terrifying power spread from Yun Zhongjuan's abdomen to his entire body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow. Boom! At the same time, Sage Jin's left hand, which had been accumulating power, also blasted out and collided with Yun Zhongjuan's right palm. Suddenly, a terrifying emperor's aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Thump! 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 Both of them retreated at the same time. Sage Jean retreated a few steps, while Yun Zhongjuan retreated dozens of steps. As he retreated, he clutched his abdomen tightly. Blood spurted out from his abdomen, like a faucet that had not been turned off. The blooming flower of flesh and blood looked dazzling. This scene stunned countless people below. Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jean, who were supposed to be on the same side, were fighting each other at this moment. Sage Jean had even launched a sneak attack on Yun Zhongjuan when he was unprepared. The battle between Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian had also stopped. When they saw this scene, both of them revealed a trace of surprise. Emperor Qing, in particular, narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Sage Jean. With Emperor Qing's shrewdness, how could he not guess Sage Jin's motive? Yun Zhongjuan gave him too much pressure. If Zhuowen was really killed in the end, Sage Jean would not be able to compete with Yun Zhongjuan with his strength. As for Zhuowen, although his cultivation was not bad, and he also had a high-grade Emperor artifact, his cultivation was far inferior to Emperor Qing and Emperor Qing's. Both Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jean were confident that they could kill Zhuowen. However, Sage Jin's cultivation and Emperor artifact were slightly inferior to Yun Zhongjuan's. Once Zhuowen was killed, Sage Jean would have to face Yun Zhongjuan directly. At that time, the chances of him obtaining the Emperor artifact would be very slim. Therefore, in order to ensure that he could obtain the Emperor artifact, Sage Jean could only resort to this plan. When Yun Zhongjuan was focused on dealing with Zhuowen, he would launch a sneak attack and seriously injure Yun Zhongjuan. At that time, Yun Zhongjuan would not be qualified to compete with him for the blood saber. Zhuowen, who was in the center of the snowstorm, had his eyes lit up. Originally, he had planned to use his Buddha's body and heavenly fire. However, when he saw that Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jean had begun to fight among themselves, he was not in a hurry to use those trump cards. Instead, he silently resisted the power of the snowstorm around him. He knew that if he used his Buddha's body and heavenly fire too early, Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jean would join forces to deal with him. Currently, it was already difficult for him to deal with a third-level martial emperor. If the two of them joined forces, Zhuowen basically had no chance of winning. Why? Yun Zhongjuan's face was as pale as snow. He clutched the wound on his abdomen tightly with his right hand. Even though he used all the Yuan Qi in his body to suppress the wound on his abdomen, he still could not heal it completely. This was because the wound was caused by Sage Jin's Emperor's aura. It contained Sage Jin's Emperor's aura. If Yun Zhongjuan did not get rid of Sage Jin's emperor's aura, it would be difficult for the wound on his abdomen to heal. Now, Sage Jin was eyeing him covetously. Yun Zhongjuan knew that it would be difficult for him to slowly get rid of the foreign emperor's aura in his body. Sage Jin laughed mockingly and said, "Yun Zhongjuan, you are stronger than me, and even your emperor artifact is of a higher level than mine. If you really want to take down Zhuowen, how can I compete with you? So you used such a despicable method to sneak attack me?" Yun Zhongjuan's eyes were filled with rage as he roared. "Ha ha! If I don't use this method, how can I win against you? After all, that's a high-level emperor artifact. It's enough for me to take such a risk. Now that your body contains my emperor's aura, your strength has decreased a lot. You are no match for me at all. I think you should withdraw. Sage Jin, must get that blood saber," Sage Jin said indifferently. Yun Zhongjuan roared, "Don't even think about it. Sage Jin, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." With that, Yun Zhongjuan waved his right hand in the void. Suddenly, the black snowstorm disappeared and turned back into the Blackwater snowstorm spear. Yun Zhongjuan held it in his hand. As soon as the snowstorm disappeared, Zhuowen also felt the pressure on his body ease a lot. However, he appeared to be extremely weak. He was panting as if he could collapse at any time. Although Zhuowen was indeed injured in the black snowstorm, he did not appear to be so seriously injured. Moreover, with Zhuowen's current physique and recovery ability, it would not take long for him to recover from his injuries. The reason he acted this way was only for Yun Zhongyang and Sage Jin to see. His purpose was to let them fight without worry. Seeing Zhuowen so weak, both Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jin were relieved. After Yun Zhongjuan was relieved, he roared and flew towards Sage Jin with monstrous anger. It did not feel good to be tricked by someone. Yun Zhongjuan must avenge this grudge. Sage Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was quite wary of Yun Zhongjuan, he was very confident in Yun Zhongjuan's sneak attack. After being hit by that sword, Yun Zhongjuan's strength had definitely decreased significantly. Even if he had the Blackwater snowstorm spear, it would be difficult for him to compete with Sage Jin in his peak state. Boom, 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 boom. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying emperor's aura filled the entire sky. The battle between the two was even more terrifying than that between Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian. 3 layers of emperor's aura filled the air, and terrifying energy waves swirled in all directions. It looked extremely terrifying and intense. Zhuowen, who was half squatting on the side and playing dead, silently observed the battle between Sage Jin and Yun Zhongyang. A smile appeared on his face. The more intense the battle between the two, the better. It would be best if both of them were seriously injured. This was definitely the best outcome for Zhuowen. Boom. The horizon was practically dyed into 2 halves by gold and black. This was the aftermath of the Yuan power from the 2 of them. At this moment, it looked extremely strange. The 2 of them threw another punch and immediately retreated several hundred steps back. Jin Sheng was a little out of breath as he stared cautiously at Yun Zhongjuan in front of him. He was a little surprised that Yun Zhongjuan could still exert such combat strength after being hit in the vital parts of his body. This surprised Jin Sheng. Yun Zhongjuan's face was extremely ugly. His pale face was tinged with purplish green. He looked extremely terrifying, and the aura on his body was much weaker than before. Yun Zhongjuan, you're already injured to this extent. Do you still want to compete with me? Sage Jin laughed. Despicable and shameless guy. If Yun Zhongjuan, don't kill you today, I don't deserve to be the Holy Lord of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty. Yun Zhongjuan roared angrily and once again used the black water snowstorm. Suddenly, the black water snowstorm turned into a snowstorm that surged toward Sage Jean. Sage Jean frowned slightly. "You're already so seriously injured. Let's see how much power you can exert from the black water snowstorm." With a cold snort, Sage Jean clenched his fists. Suddenly, the golden longsword in his hand floated in front of him. Like a blazing sun, the golden longsword turned into a huge golden sword that stretched across the sky. "Go!" Jin Sheng pinched his fingers together, and the golden greatsword flew out like a rainbow, slamming heavily into the black water snowstorm. Then the two terrifying energies collided, and the entire sky fell into silence. After a brief moment of silence, there were continuous explosions. The terrifying, explosive energy spread out, and the surrounding space collapsed. There were no other colors left in the sky except for gold and black. Chapter 1167. Both sides suffer continuous explosions resounded in the sky. The blazing light was even more dazzling than the sun, causing the countless cultivators below to squint their eyes. It took them a long time to adapt to the dazzling light. Boom! When the explosion finally dissipated, a rather miserable figure flew out and smashed heavily into the ground. The ground shook and a deep pit was formed. A figure was struggling in the pit, but he could not stand up at all. Zhuowen, who was still playing dead, narrowed his eyes and immediately saw the true face of the figure in the deep pit. Wasn't that Yun Zhongjuan, who was sneakily attacked by Jin Sheng? At this moment, Yun Zhongjuan was in an extremely sorry state. There was even a trace of death on his face. The wound on his abdomen, in particular, seemed to be expanding. Blood was gushing out, almost forming a small blood-red pool in the deep pit. His aura was extremely weak. Whoosh! A figure slowly descended from the void. This person was Jin Sheng. Jin Sheng's condition was not very good. His face was slightly pale, and there were many wounds on his body. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, compared to Yun Zhongjuan, Jin Sheng was much better. He. Yun Zhongjuan, didn't I tell you before? Your injuries are too serious. Fighting with me would be suicide, but you didn't listen to me. Now that you're in this state, you deserve it. Jin Sheng looked down at Yun Zhongjuan, who was in the pit. His eyes were full of mockery, and his voice was indescribably cold. Yun Zhongjuan clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and said, "I won't fight with you for the blood saber. Please let me go." The corners of Jin Sheng's mouth curled into a smile. "Yun Zhongjuan, you're already so weak that you can't even truss up a chicken. If you ask me to let you go now, aren't you asking me to let you go? You want to kill me?" Yun Zhongjuan's face froze as he asked in a deep voice. "Ha ha." Jin Sheng smiled. Soon after, a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes as he said, "You're at the end of your tether. It's better if you die. Also, I'll take your black water snowstorm spear." As he spoke, the golden longsword in Jin Sheng's right hand began to emit a terrifying golden light. Jin Sheng clenched his right fist and stabbed at Yun Zhongjuan, intending to kill him once and for all. "Jin Sheng, you'll regret it." Yun Zhongjuan roared angrily when he saw how ruthless Saint Jin was. Immediately, a terrifying energy erupted from his body. This energy was becoming more and more terrifying and powerful. "You actually self-destructed?" Upon seeing the energy erupting from Yun Zhongjuan's body, Jin Sheng's long sword suddenly froze. Then he retracted his right hand and retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to retreat. The energy of Yun Zhongjuan's self-destruction instantly engulfed Jin Sheng. "No!" Jin Sheng's shrill scream rang out. Then, a blazing light shrouded the outside of the county capital. At the same time, a mushroom cloud slowly rose from the sky above the county capital and soared into the sky. Many people around were stunned by this scene. Even Zhuowen, who was watching from the sidelines, did not expect Yun Zhongjuan to actually plan to self-destruct. However, Yun Zhongjuan could not be blamed for being extreme. It could only be said that Jin Sheng had gone too far. If Jin Sheng had let Yun Zhongjuan off, perhaps Yun Zhongjuan would not have chosen to self-destruct. Be *starred. These two guys. The Azure Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect such a mishap to happen. The two strongest third-level martial emperors ended up in a state of mutual destruction because of their own selfishness. Now, they had even perished together. In this way, the Azure Mystic Empire didn't have any advantage at all. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, the Cyan Emperor slowly retreated. He stared at Lu Hantian in front of him with great vigilance. Although Zhuowen looked quite weak, with Lu Hantian watching him like a tiger watching its prey, the Cyan Emperor really did not have a chance to make a move. When the explosion gradually subsided, Yun Zhongjuan's figure completely disappeared. However, there was still a figure standing in the same place. Everyone recognized that this person was Jin Sheng, who was caught in Yun Zhongjuan's self-destruction. Puff! At this moment, Jin Sheng was surrounded by an extremely thick golden barrier. However, there were many cracks on this golden barrier. It was a scene of devastation. Jin Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with one knee. His body was trembling slightly. Yun Zhongjuan, you're ruthless. Jin Sheng's eyes were gloomy as he muttered this sentence. Fortunately, at the last moment, he had used all the origin energy in his body to protect himself. Only then did he manage to block the energy of the self-destruction. However, he had paid a heavy price. Almost all of his origin energy was gone, and he had suffered terrible internal injuries. Brother Jin Sheng, are you all right? The Cyan Emperor came to Jin Sheng's side and asked worriedly. Jin Sheng waved his hand and took a few steps back. He said lightly, I'm fine. Seeing the vigilance in Jin Sheng's eyes, the Cyan Emperor narrowed his eyes. He knew that Jin Sheng's injuries were very serious. Otherwise, he would not be so vigilant against a second-level Great Emperor. However, the Cyan Emperor definitely did not intend to deal with Jin Sheng. After all, their common enemy was Zhuowen and the Celestial Empire. They would not kill each other. It's good that you're fine. What should we do now? The Cyan Emperor nodded and asked, You go and stop Lu Hantian. I'll deal with that little bastard Zhuowen. Jin Sheng said as he walked step by step towards the extremely weak Zhuowen. The Cyan Emperor frowned slightly, and his eyes gradually turned cold. However, he did not refuse because he knew that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, Jin Sheng was a third-level Great Emperor. He probably had some trump cards in his hands. Lu Hantian wanted to help Zhuowen, but he was stopped by the Cyan Emperor again. This made Lu Hantian very angry. The Cyan Emperor had been pestering him since the beginning, which made him very unhappy. However, he had no choice. He was not much weaker than the Cyan Emperor. Even if he used the Origin Chi Pagoda, the Cyan Emperor had the Peach Blossom Origin diagram. It was not very likely that he could defeat the Cyan Emperor. Flame Emperor, how long do you want to watch this show? Jin Sheng is seriously injured. You might be able to defeat him. Lu Hantian had no choice but to ask the Flame Emperor, who was standing on the city wall and had not made a move since the beginning. The Flame Emperor frowned slightly. He was actually not very strong. He was only at the peak of the first-level Great Emperor realm. He was not strong enough to deal with an existence like Jin Sheng. Therefore, he had been observing from the beginning. Although Jin Sheng was seriously injured, the gap between him and Jin Sheng was still quite big. If he rashly went up, it would not bode well for him. However, he was secretly surprised by Zhuowen's combat strength. This Zhuowen was so powerful even though he had not reached the Great Emperor realm. If he could become an emperor, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? He was definitely a monster. If the Flame Emperor had a good relationship with such a person, the Yan Xian Empire would have a meteoric rise in the future. The Flame Emperor fell into a dilemma between whether to help or not. Damn it, let's take a gamble. The Flame Emperor gritted his teeth and stomped his foot in the air. Then he dashed out and stood in front of Saint Jean in an instant. You dare to stop me? Jin Sheng stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor felt a little scared. It was his first time facing such an expert. He could not help but feel a little inferior. Senior Flame Emperor, don't worry. Jin Sheng is just putting on an act. He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He doesn't have much power to squander. Zhuowen suddenly said. The Flame Emperor nodded and calmed down. He said indifferently, your injuries are already very serious. I think it will be difficult for you to deal with me. Why don't you retreat now? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to fight me. Ridiculous. A mere first-level Great Emperor realm dares to be arrogant in front of me. Die. Jin Sheng laughed. Immediately, his body moved like the wind. He waved the golden sword in his hand, and golden sword light swept towards the Flame Emperor like golden rain. Extreme fire. The Flame Emperor's face changed. He clenched his hands, and suddenly 9 fire stars fell from the sky. Then, monstrous flames formed a sea of fire and swept towards Jin Sheng. Bang, bang, bang. The sword light and the sea of fire collided in an instant. Then, the two were in a stalemate. However, the sea of fire did not last long before it was broken by the sword light. The Flame Emperor groaned and could not help but take a few steps back. He stared at Jin Sheng with fear. Jin Sheng was indeed a third-level Great Emperor realm warrior. Although he was seriously injured, he was still able to display such terrifying combat strength. The Flame Emperor wanted to retreat. Now is the time. Just as the Flame Emperor was thinking about how to decline, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. When Jin Sheng dispelled the sea of fire, he noticed that Jin Sheng's face was even paler than before. He even showed signs of exhaustion. It was obvious that Jin Sheng was an arrow at the end of its flight. A golden light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Deng, deng, deng. At this moment, Jin Sheng was already in front of Zhuowen. The Flame Emperor was intimidated by Jin Sheng's aura and did not dare to attack. You caused an internal conflict between Yun Zhongjuan and me. You can die without regrets. Jin Sheng said indifferently. He raised the golden sword in his right hand and wanted to end Zhuowen once and for all. Is that so? I don't want to die without regrets. I want to die without regrets. Boom. After he finished speaking, a terrifying flame burst out from Zhuowen's body. This flame had 9 colors that constantly changed. In an instant, it engulfed Jin Sheng. Nirvana of the great sun, immortality, and indestructibility. Zhuowen said slowly. A violent golden light surged out. Then, another Zhuowen appeared beside him. He was covered in golden light and had a halo above his head. It was Zhuowen with the Buddha body. Kill. The black-robed Zhuowen said. Zhuowen with the Buddha body opened his eyes, and a blazing golden light burst out. He took a step forward and entered the 9 flames karmic fire without any obstruction. He stretched out his right hand and threw Jin Sheng, who was struggling in the sea of fire, out. Get lost! Jin Sheng also saw Zhuowen with the Buddha body and shouted. He swung his golden sword and released a blazing sword light. However, Zhuowen with the Buddha body's physical body had reached an unparalleled level. Moreover, Jin Sheng was in a state of exhaustion and could only exert a limited amount of strength. Chapter 1168, 10,000 feet Buddha body. Saint Jin could only spit out this one word before Zhuo, one of the Buddhist path, choked him, preventing him from spitting out any other words. Whoosh! The 9 flames karmic fire slowly subsided. Zhuowen stepped forward, holding the struggling Jin Sheng in his hand as he came to Zhuowen's side. Do you have any last words? The black-robed Zhuowen stared at Jin Sheng indifferently. You actually have an avatar? What kind of secret technique is that? Jin Sheng asked in fear. The aura from Zhuowen's body was terrifying. Although he was also a peak heavenly master, his aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial emperor. Especially when combined with the heavenly fire, his power was even stronger than that of an ordinary second-level martial emperor. With Jin Sheng's current state, it was impossible for him to be a match for Zhuowen. You'd better ask the king of hell about this. Zhuowen said indifferently and nodded at Zhuowen. Immediately, golden light burst out from Zhuowen's eyes. He clenched his right hand, and a terrifying Buddhist power, accompanied by the 9 flames karmic fire, invaded Jin Sheng's body. No! Jin Sheng cried out in pain. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be burned to ashes. Then, under the power of the 9 flames karmic fire, he turned into ashes. Silence! At this moment, whether it was the imperial capital or the heavenly empire, all the martial artists fell into silence. Everyone watched as Jin Sheng, who was a 3rd-level martial emperor, was burned to ashes by Zhuowen. Jin Sheng was a 3rd-level martial emperor, not an ordinary martial artist. He was even more terrifying than Emperor Qing of Qin Xian Empire. Now, Zhuowen had destroyed him right in front of their eyes. Moreover, he had done it so cleanly. After a short moment of silence, waves of uproar swept through the entire provincial capital like the most violent tsunami. Everyone's expression was surprisingly the same. Everyone knew that Jin Sheng must have been seriously injured by Yun Zhongjuan's self-destruction. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even the Flame Emperor had been easily defeated by Jin Sheng, yet Zhuowen was able to suppress Jin Sheng with just one move. This was really incredible. What was even more puzzling was that Zhuowen actually had 2 bodies. The Taoist and Buddhist bodies were especially terrifying. This Zhuowen actually had a trick up his sleeve. The Azure the Arch broke free from the Luhan Tian and hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. He stared at the Zhuowen. He could also sense an extremely terrifying aura from the Zhuowen. This aura made even the Azure the Arch shudder in fear. It was especially so for the 9 blazing karmic fire. He could faintly sense that this fire was much more terrifying than the earth fire. Could it be the heavenly fire? The Azure the Arch thought of a possibility. At the same time, he retreated hundreds of steps again. He could sense an extremely strong sense of threat from the Zhuowen at this moment. Sure enough, after the Buddhist Zhuowen destroyed Jin Sheng, his golden eyes stared firmly at the Azure the Arch. The Azure the Arch felt as if he was being targeted by a hunter. Azure the Arch, it's your turn. Today, you mustered so many people to attack the Celestial Empire. Zhuowen, will make you stay here forever. The Buddhist Zhuowen spat out these words faintly. He stomped his feet and majestic Buddhist power filled the air. His entire body was like a blazing sun as he flew towards the Azure Arch. Damn it! The Azure Arch cursed in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, 9 azure imperial stars descended and smashed heavily towards the Buddhist Zhuowen. Break for me! The Buddhist Zhuowen put his palms together and pushed his right palm forward. The entire sky was dyed golden. Immediately, the terrifying Buddhist power condensed into a Buddha's palm that was hundreds of feet tall. The Buddha's palm descended from the sky and smashed down heavily. Boom, 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 boom. 9 explosions sounded at the same time. The 9 azure imperial stars were all blown to smithereens. The Buddha's palm continued to press forward and slammed towards the Azure Arch. What a terrifying guy! The Azure Thearcha's eyes darkened. He formed a seal with his hands and released his natal emperor weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Map. The Peach Blossom Origin Map unfolded, and a peach blossom poem was recited. A peach blossom forest filled the air. Peach blossom petals poured out of the Peach Blossom Origin Map like a torrential rain. Boom! The Buddha's palm collided with the peach blossom forest. The Buddha's palm that was originally pressing forward stopped in midair. A formless energy ripple spread out in all directions. The entire void seemed to collapse and vibrated violently. Break. The moment the Buddha's palm was blocked by the Peach Blossom Origin Map, the Buddhist Zhuowen arrived as expected. His right palm clenched into a fist. The 9 flames karmic fire revolved around his right fist. Then the Buddhist Zhuowen twisted his waist and threw out a punch like a hurricane. It landed on the Peach Blossom Origin Map. Instantly, the 9 flames karmic fire was like a spark of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The Peach Blossom Origin Map was pushed back by the power of the 9 flames karmic fire. Even the Azure Thearcha's pupils shrank. He was pushed back a few hundred steps. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can he be so strong? The Azure Thearcha's eyes were filled with fear. The Buddhist Zhuowen's strength was a little too strong. Whether it was his ferocious physical body or the terrifying 9 flames karmic fire, the combination of the two gave the Azure Arch immense pressure. Boom, boom. The Buddhist Zhuowen threw out a punch. His fists were like a torrential storm. The power of the 9 flames karmic fire exploded. The scorching heat almost caused the entire space to collapse. The Peach Blossom Origin Map was pushed back by the frenzied attacks. The Azure Arch, who was supporting the Peach Blossom Origin Map, was in an even more miserable state. He was pushed back again and again. With every step he took back, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Break. The Buddhist Zhuowen's eyes were calm as he spat out a word. He punched out with both fists. The power of the 9 flames karmic fire was raised to the maximum. His fists landed on the Peach Blossom Origin Map. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave surged out. Then, a crisp, cracking sound filled the entire space. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the Peach Blossom Origin Map. Countless peach blossom trees were burned to ashes by the terrifying 9 flames karmic fire. In the end, the huge Peach Blossom Origin Map crumbled. The Azure Arch was pushed back a few hundred feet. Wisps of 9 flames karmic fire spread out. They followed the Azure Thearcha's robes like a prairie fire, wanting to engulf the Azure Arch entirely. Bastard, Zhuowen, you'd better remember this. The Azure Arch groaned. Yuan power spurted out from his right hand and extinguished the wisps of 9 flames karmic fire. Then he turned around and fled. He did not hesitate at all. You can't escape. The Buddhist Zhuowen's eyes shone with golden light. Then his body started to grow. 1 foot, 100 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, all the way until he was 10,000 feet tall. The 10,000 feet tall Buddha body grew. Even one of his arms was 10,000 feet tall. This majestic body caused countless warriors in the prefecture to fall into a daze. What kind of majestic body was this? Everyone was not even as big as a thumb of the Buddhist Zhuowen. In the eyes of the Buddhist Zhuowen, everyone was as small as ants. Boom, boom, boom. The Buddhist Zhuowen took a step forward and covered a distance of 10,000 feet. Then he began to speed up. Although his movements seemed slow, his speed was extremely fast. 1 step was 10,000 feet. 10 steps were 100,000 feet. This was an extremely terrifying distance. The Azure Arch, who was originally running away, also noticed the violent tremors behind him. Then he saw the Buddhist Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 10,000 feet tall body. He immediately sped up in fear. Unfortunately, the Buddhist Zhuowen was too fast. It was so fast that even the Azure Arch felt despair. Zhuowen, don't even think about killing me today. The Azure Thearcha's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He took out a green jade token with his right hand and pointed his right sword finger. Suddenly, the Azure Thearcha's speed increased to the extreme like a gust of wind. In an instant, the distance between him and the Buddhist Zhuowen increased. The Buddhist Zhuowen was not discouraged. Instead, he followed behind step by step. He knew that the Azure Arch must have used some kind of tool to increase his speed. However, such a tool could not be used continuously. When the tool's energy was almost exhausted, the Zhuowen would naturally be able to kill the Azure Arch completely. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, the Azure Arch and the Buddhist Zhuowen disappeared from everyone's sight, one chasing the other. Zhuowen, is it okay for your avatar to chase the Azure Arch? Lu Hantian asked hesitantly. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "It's not a problem. The Buddha body has an indestructible body. In addition to the terrifying heavenly fire, even a third heaven emperor could not kill him, let alone the Azure Arch. Therefore, even if I have to chase him to the imperial capital, I will kill him." Hearing Zhuowen's words, Lu Hantian nodded. Then his gaze turned to the other 5 cultivators from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and the Alcade Holy Dynasty who were still fighting fiercely with Xiang and the others. He said coldly, "It's time to clean up these cockroaches. Indeed, it's time to clean them up. At the same time, the imperial capital's army must also be cleaned up." Zhuowen nodded. He took a step forward and arrived on the back of the dragon horse, which was above the river diagram array. "His Majesty, the Azure Arch has left. Let's run." At this moment, the imperial capital's soldiers also realized that something was wrong. They shouted and retreated in a panic, trying to escape from the prefecture capital. However, Zhuowen would not allow the remaining soldiers of the imperial capital to escape. Mental energy gushed out from his Naiwan palace. Immediately, the dragon horse beneath him let out a neigh. With a single kick, it arrived above the fleeing imperial capital soldiers. In an instant, the 300,000 soldiers were deprived of their 5 senses. "Kill! Leave no one alive!" Zhuowen's cold voice rang out in the sky. "Kill!" The Heavenly Empire's soldiers roared. No one dared to disobey Zhuowen's order. They took up their weapons and slashed at the imperial capital soldiers who had lost their 5 senses. The one-sided massacre began again. In half an incense stick's worth of time, all the imperial capital's soldiers were lying in pools of blood. Their corpses were piled up like mountains. Outside the prefecture capital, it had turned into a Shura hell. Corpses were everywhere. At the same time, the battle between Ziyang and the others had also come to an end. With Lu Hantian's help, the first Heaven Emperor realm cultivator from the Blue Whale Holy Court was taken care of. Naturally, the four-peak heavenly masters were not spared either. Chapter 1169, Capturing Emperor Qing. Long live Lord Zhuowen! Long live Lord Zhuowen! Outside the city, the 350,000 soldiers of the Celestial Empire knelt on one knee and shouted Zhuowen's name at the top of their lungs. They knew that it was because of Zhuowen's river diagram formation that the Celestial Empire had defeated the imperial capital army without losing a single soldier. Not only the Celestial Empire army outside the city, but also countless warriors in the city looked at the figure standing quietly on the back of the dragon horse with eyes full of admiration. Zhuowen had killed a first Heaven Emperor realm warrior, a third Heaven Emperor realm golden saint, and even an existence like Emperor Qing had fled in panic. In the eyes of the people in the city, Zhuowen was as dazzling as a god. Brother Zhuo is so powerful. Miao Elvi's delicate face was flushed red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Zhuowen's actions just now were too shocking. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, who would have thought that a mere peak heavenly master could kill an Emperor realm expert? This went against common sense. But it was this action that went against common sense that completely aroused the passion in everyone's hearts. The result of the weak defeating the strong was often the best way to arouse the hot-blooded martial artist's blood, giving them a feeling of being immersed in the battle. On the back of the dragon horse, Zhuowen looked down at the entire city and the countless excited warriors in the city. A lofty feeling rose in his heart. A man should be like this. He should be lofty and lofty, reach the peak, be respected by tens of thousands of people, and be a role model. Only in this way would his life not be in vain. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuowen, who was 10,000 feet tall, chased after Emperor Qing step by step. Everywhere he passed, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Thousands of beasts bowed down to him, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, what made Zhuowen frown was that Emperor Qing's speed was extremely fast with the help of the unknown jade pendant. No matter how fast Zhuowen sped up, he still could not shorten the distance between him and Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing, who was fleeing in front, was even more surprised than Zhuowen. This jade pendant contained the law of wind. Once it was activated, with the support of the power of wind, his speed would soar to the extreme. He would probably reach the speed of a mid-stage martial emperor. Even Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng would be left far behind by him. However, Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall Buddha, was not any slower than the Azure Emperor. He stuck close to the Azure Emperor, causing the Azure Emperor to complain incessantly in his heart. After 2 hours of pursuit, the outline of the enormous city of the imperial capital could already be seen. Zhuowen knew that he was about to arrive at the imperial capital. That's His Majesty Emperor Qing. The guards outside the imperial city quickly noticed Emperor Qing, who was dashing towards them. However, what puzzled them was that Emperor Qing did not seem to be in a good state at the moment. He even seemed to be in a sorry state, as if he was being chased by someone. Whoosh! Soon, Emperor Qing landed on the city wall of the imperial capital. A guard eagerly walked up to Emperor Qing. However, before he could speak, Emperor Qing had already spoken. "Hurry up and inform everyone to open the imperial capital's city defense array," Emperor Qing said, anxiously, looking at Emperor Qing's appearance. The guard's eyes were filled with confusion. However, since it was Emperor Qing's order, he naturally could not disobey. He cupped his hands and hurriedly retreated, preparing to open the imperial capital's city defense array. Boom! Not long after, a 10,000-foot-long azure dragon soared into the sky above the imperial capital. The azure dragon's body was covered with dense azure dragon scales. Countless azure dragon scales shot out from the surface of the dragon's body, covering the entire imperial capital. In an instant, the entire imperial capital was shrouded in azure light. The imperial capital's city defense array? Why is the imperial capital's city defense array suddenly activated? The moment the azure dragon soared into the sky, countless warriors in the imperial capital were astonished. They remembered that the imperial capital's city defense array had not been activated for many years. Every time it was activated, it was a moment of life and death. Now that it was activated again, could it be that something big had happened? Boom, boom. Everyone's doubts did not last for long. Waves of earth shaking, sounds were transmitted from the distance. Soon after, the countless number of warriors in the imperial capital saw a figure, so large that everyone could only look up to, walking over step by step from 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital. The frightening footsteps were extremely frightening. What is that? Could it be that he is also a warrior? 1,000 miles away, the countless warriors in the imperial capital were dumbfounded by the huge figure of Zhuowen. When Buddhist Zhuowen finally arrived at the entrance of the imperial capital, he discovered that the entire imperial capital was surrounded by huge azure dragon scales. Countless warriors in the imperial capital also saw Zhuowen's face clearly. Some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized Zhuowen's shadow from Zhuowen's face. This person is Zhuowen? No one knew who was the first to shout. Then, the entire imperial capital was filled with whispers. Everyone was shocked. 2 years ago, the battle between Zhuowen and the Azure Emperor was known to everyone in the Qin Xian Empire. Everyone thought that Zhuowen might have died in the spatial turbulence. But today, 2 years later, Zhuowen transformed into a huge Buddha and chased the Azure Emperor to the imperial capital. Moreover, it seemed that the Azure Emperor was extremely afraid of the current Zhuowen. The young man who could only struggle bitterly in the hands of the Azure Emperor 2 years ago was now like a god that had descended to the mortal world, looking down on countless warriors in the imperial capital. Azure Emperor, why are you hiding in the imperial capital's city defense array like a coward? If you have the guts, come out and fight with me, Zhuowen, fair and square. Zhuowen's golden eyes were fixed on the Azure Emperor, who was on the city wall. His vigorous voice rolled out like a great bell. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of countless warriors in the imperial capital fell on the Azure Emperor, who was on the city wall. Many people revealed strange expressions. If they guessed correctly, the reason why the Azure Emperor was in such a sorry state just now was probably because he was chased by Zhuowen. Although many people noticed some clues, most of the warriors in the imperial capital were blindly confident in the Azure Emperor. They clamored for the Azure Emperor to teach Zhuowen a lesson, this arrogant brat. Hearing the clamor of the warriors in the imperial capital, the Azure Emperor's face was extremely ugly. If he was stronger than this Buddhist Zhuowen, would he still need to activate the city defense array? Azure Emperor, you look like you are afraid. You are indeed as timid as a mouse. You are laughably overestimating yourself. Zhuowen's mocking voice rang out again. Many warriors in the imperial capital who worshipped the Azure Emperor could not help but curse at Zhuowen. They even clamored for the Azure Emperor to teach Zhuowen a lesson. However, no matter how much the warriors in the imperial capital clamored, the Azure Emperor did not move a single step. Since you are not coming out, I will force my way in. Zhuowen sneered and took a step forward. A huge golden palm, which was like a cattail leaf fan, descended from the sky and slammed heavily on the countless azure dragon scales in the sky above the imperial capital. Roar! The gigantic azure dragon in the center of the sky above the imperial capital roared as it charged towards Zhuowen. It swung its gigantic dragon tail, and in an instant Countless dragon tails appeared in the sky. It was an extremely terrifying sight to behold. "How dare you, beast!" Zhuo Wen coldly shouted. He extended his right hand and grabbed the green dragon's tail. Next, he suddenly pulled with his right hand. With the strength of his 100,000 feet body, every wave of his hand contained the might of 100,000 feet tall mountain. With just this pull, the green dragon's tail was directly destroyed. Roar! The azure dragon let out a sorrowful cry. Its entire dragon tail was annihilated. Its dragon eyes were filled with deep fear. The human in front of it was too powerful and terrifying. He could annihilate its dragon tail with just a pinch. What kind of strength was that? You want to leave? Stay here. Looking at the azure dragon trying to escape, Zhuowen suddenly stretched out his left hand that was ready to attack and grabbed the azure dragon's neck. Then, he used his other hand to pinch the azure dragon's body and pulled. The azure dragon let out a sorrowful cry and was annihilated into nothingness. What a laughable great city barrier array. Break it for me. After annihilating the azure dragon, Zhuowen suddenly raised his right foot and stomped down on the surface of the grand city barrier array. Soon after, cracks began to appear on the azure dragon scales on the surface of the grand city barrier array. The cracks began to expand, and in the end, the grand city barrier array directly collapsed. Zhuowen then stomped down on the imperial capital. Immediately, the cultivators who were clamoring for Emperor Qin to teach Zhuowen a lesson were all trampled under his foot, their lives extinguished. At this moment, the imperial capital fell into a dead silence. All the cultivators were trembling in their hearts as they stared at Zhuowen's huge body. It was too terrifying. At least thousands of cultivators had died from Zhuowen's stomp. There was no lack of Fourth Reverend Realm cultivators among them. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital seemed so weak and small before Zhuowen's huge body. They were as insignificant as ants. Emperor Qin, die! After breaking the great city barrier array, Zhuowen shouted. Then, his huge palm pressed down on Emperor Qin, as if he wanted to annihilate him completely. Run! Emperor Qin did not hesitate to activate the power of the Jade token again. Like the wind, he disappeared from the city wall and flew towards the imperial capital. Zhuowen was already prepared for this. He snorted coldly. Although his right hand missed, his empty left hand had already landed in front of Emperor Qin. With a whistling sound, a huge palm landed heavily on Emperor Qin's body. Uffed, Emperor Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a casual wave from Zhuowen's huge body contained terrifying power. Even an expert like Emperor Qin would not feel good if he was hit by this power. Boom! The Qin, supreme, the arch fell heavily to the ground. He clutched his chest with his right hand and panted heavily. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhuowen's other hand had already arrived and grabbed the Qin supreme arch. Let me go! Emperor Qin struggled violently. However, he realized that he could not break free from Zhuowen's palm. He stared at Zhuowen gloomily. His Majesty, the Azure Arch, has been captured. He was defeated so easily. Chapter 1170. The past Zhuowen of the Buddhist Tao was expressionless. He grabbed the Cyan Emperor with his right hand and stepped into the imperial city. Soon, he saw the imperial city's underground prison in the northwest of the imperial city. That place was already enveloped by a pillar of fire. Below the pillar of fire was the imperial city's underground prison, where Zhuowen's closest relative, his father, was imprisoned. Speak. How do you break this great forbidden array? Zhuowen said indifferently as he glanced at the Lotus Arch, who could not move at all. The Cyan Emperor's eyes flickered as he said coldly, This great forbidden array is a powerful array of the burning heaven sect. Moreover, I'm not the one who set it up. Even if you ask me, I won't know." Hearing those words, Shuwen frowned slightly as a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Outside this coldness was a dense killing intent as he coldly said, "Since you don't know how to break the forbidden formation, you have no value at all." Sensing the surging killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, the Cyan Emperor's pupils shrank. A trace of fear rose in his heart. He knew that he had no value to Zhuowen now. His death was approaching. Swoosh! A mountain-like golden palm fell from the sky towards the Cyan Emperor. Sensing the sharp wind, extreme fear rose in the Cyan Emperor's heart. It was a negative emotion in the face of death. "Don't you want to know about your father and mother's past?" Just as the golden palm was about to land in front of the Cyan Emperor, the Cyan Emperor suddenly roared. The fear in his eyes was extremely dense. He had experienced countless difficulties to cultivate to his current level. Now that he was dead, all his previous efforts would be in vain. As expected, when the Cyan Emperor said this, the golden palm that was about to land finally stopped above Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He touched the Cyan Emperor with his right hand and said with a complicated expression, "You know about my father and mother's past? What is my mother's name? Where is she now?" Hearing Zhuowen's somewhat urgent question, the Cyan Emperor sighed in his heart and said, "Your mother's name is Feng Xiao. She is the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. She is currently trapped on the top floor of the Burning Heaven sect's highest prison, the Burning Flame Pagoda. She is suffering the most torturous pain in the Burning Flame Pagoda. And all of this was caused by your father, that bastard Zhuo Xiaotian. That damned guy caused Xiao to be thrown into the Burning Flame Pagoda by the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect to suffer for eternity. If it wasn't for him, Xiao would have been the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect. That bastard." Speaking of Zhuo Xiaotian, the Cyan Emperor's eyes revealed a deep chill, and he could not help but curse. Looking at the bitter and vengeful appearance of the Cyan Emperor, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that a lot of things had happened back then. Moreover, he was somewhat surprised that his mother, Feng Xiao, was actually the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, and Mu Qinxue was the current holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. Thinking of this, Zhuowen bitterly smiled in his heart. Could this be the will of the heavens? His father had fallen in love with the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, and as his son, he had actually fallen in love with the current holy maiden. The two of them, father and son, really had some fate with the Burning Heaven sect. Tell me about what happened back then. If you can satisfy me, I can be lenient with you, Zhuowen said indifferently. Just lenient with me, not sparing my life? The Cyan Emperor's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice. Zhuowen sneered and said, ambiguously, "That will depend on your performance. The current you shouldn't have the qualifications to negotiate with me, right?" The Cyan Emperor's face froze. His eyes flickered as he straightforwardly agreed. "Sure. Then I'll tell you about what happened back then." Afterwards, the Cyan Emperor recounted everything that happened back then in full detail. Zhuowen did not say anything and quietly listened to the Cyan Emperor. Back then, Zhuo Xiaotian came out of Muqin County and entered the imperial capital with Grant Haohai. Zhuo Xiaotian was a very loyal and righteous person. Grant Haohai wanted to establish the Grant family in the imperial capital, so Zhuo Xiaotian was very attentive to his brother and helped him a lot. In the end, the Grant family was established in the imperial capital. At that time, the Grant family was still very weak. It was a small family that could not be ranked in the imperial capital. However, the two of them were not discouraged. At that time, Zhuo Xiaotian also planned to move the Zhuo family to the imperial capital. However, When he thought of the fact that the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka, he gave up on this idea. Later on, in order to develop better, Zhuo Xiaotian and Grant Haohai entered the imperial capital. They competed with countless geniuses in the imperial capital and attempted many dangerous missions issued by the imperial capital to train themselves. Both of them improved very quickly, especially Zhuo Xiaotian. His speed of improvement was much faster than Grant Haohai. Later on, in order to obtain a place in the Cyan Emperor board, Zhuo Xiaotian took the initiative to challenge the geniuses on the board. He went from the top 50 to the top 20 and then to the top 10. Zhuo Xiaotian's ranking also began to rise through the challenges. When he entered the top 10, he finally attracted the attention of the imperial capital. Even the Cyan Emperor took notice of Zhuo Xiaotian. When the Cyan Emperor was paying attention to Zhuo Xiaotian, the latter had already reached the top 5 on the Cyan Emperor board. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaotian was very young at that time. The Cyan Emperor quickly realized that Zhuo Xiaotian was extraordinary. He immediately made a prompt decision to confer Zhuo Xiaotian the title of Marquis. Zhuo Xiaotian's status was similar to the lords of the other counties, or even higher. At that time, the Cyan Emperor thought highly of Zhuo Xiaotian. He originally intended to nurture Zhuo Xiaotian into his most capable subordinate. Zhuo Xiaotian's talent did not disappoint the Cyan Emperor. His cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did he obtain the first place on the Cyan Emperor board, he also successfully advanced to the 4th Reverend Realm. Because of Zhuo Xiaotian's influence, Grant Haohai, who was Zhuo Xiaotian's closest brother, also obtained a lot of benefits. Because of Zhuo Xiaotian, the Grant family's development speed was also much faster. Although Grant Haohai had benefited a lot from Zhuoan, he felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that his brother had improved so much and widened the gap between them. Later, a grand event was held in the Qing Xian Empire. In that grand event, an outstanding beauty appeared. This beauty conquered all the young talents in the imperial capital with a phoenix dance. Even the high and mighty Cyan Emperor took a second look at this beauty. A touch of temptation rose in his heart. This beauty was the previous saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, Feng Xiao. The reason why she came to such a small place like the Qing Xian Empire was mainly because of the Fenglei Divine Lord's cave mansion. She wanted to obtain the legendary Fenglei Divine Talisman. However, Feng Xiao's luck was not as good as Mu Qinshue's. Although she inquired in the Qing Xian Empire for a long time and also contacted the Cyan Emperor, she did not find the Fenglei Divine Lord's cave mansion. It was also at this time that Feng Xiao and Zhuo Xiaotian met in the imperial capital. The two of them fell in love with each other. At that time, Zhuo Xiaotian did not know Feng Xiao's identity. Feng Xiao was afraid that Zhuo Xiaotian would shrink back because of her identity, so she deliberately concealed her identity as the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. Soon, the two of them fell in love. They got along day and night and helped each other in difficult times. However, all of this was seen by the Cyan Emperor. The Cyan Emperor also admired Feng Xiao very much. Seeing his subordinate and his beloved woman together, the Cyan Emperor's heart could be imagined. However, the Cyan Emperor did not directly attack Zhuo Xiaotian. Instead, he tried to persuade Feng Xiao. With Feng Xiao's status, falling in love with a lowly imperial capital warrior like Zhuo Xiaotian was simply inappropriate. Even if Feng Xiao could accept him, the forces behind her would not accept a grassroots warrior like Zhuo Xiaotian. Of course, the Cyan Emperor was only an outer elder of the Azure Dragon main palace. In terms of status, he could not compare to Feng Xiao. He also knew that he was not qualified to pursue Feng Xiao. However, Zhuo Xiaotian was only his subordinate. What right did he have to be intimate with Feng Xiao? So at that moment, Emperor Qing disliked Zhuo Xiaotian even more, but he still didn't make a move. Because if he made a move on Zhuo Xiaotian for no reason, it would only disappoint the other subordinates. However, the appearance of Galen Haohai gave the Cyan Emperor a reason to attack. Galen Haohai revealed the secret of Zhuo Xiaotian's dragon soul, which made the Cyan Emperor excited. He knew that Zhuo Xiaotian was a descendant of the Ryuka, and he was an outer elder of the Azure Dragon main palace. It was more than enough for him to capture Zhuo Xiaotian. Therefore, the Cyan Emperor attacked and began to announce Zhuo Xiaotian's identity as a descendant of the Ryuka. At the same time, he personally captured Zhuo Xiaotian in the imperial capital. When Zhuo Xiaotian saw that his identity was exposed, he knew that he could not escape this calamity. In the end, the four of them resisted the Cyan Emperor and even released the two-headed nether dragon. In that battle, Zhuo Xiaotian fought the Cyan Emperor with the cultivation of the Golden Exalt realm. In the end, the Cyan Emperor was forced to use his Life Emperor weapon. That battle shocked the entire imperial capital and shocked countless cultivators. It was also because of that battle that the imperial capital remembered Zhuo Xiaotian. In the end, Zhuo Xiaotian was defeated. The gap between him and the Cyan Emperor was too big. His defeat was only a matter of time. However, Feng Xiao made a move. She saved Zhuo Xiaotian and brought him away from the imperial capital. The Cyan Emperor was unwilling to give up, so he used a great method to contact the two elders of the Burning Sky sect, Fenri and Fenju. Relying on the methods of the two elders of the Burning Sky sect, the three martial emperors finally found Feng Xiao and Zhuo Xiaotian a year later. It turned out that the two of them were living a secluded life in a remote village in the Cyan Mystic Empire. Furthermore, Feng Xiao had given birth to a son for Zhuo Xiaotian, and this son was Zhuo Wen. In this year, Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao did not stop cultivating. They knew that the Cyan Emperor would definitely not let them go, so they had to increase their own strength. In a short year, Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao had both advanced to the peak of the heavenly Exalt realm. The two of them combined could completely defeat a second-level emperor realm expert like the Cyan Emperor. However, this time, the Cyan Emperor brought the two elders, Fenri and Fenju. These two people were mid-level Emperor realm experts. Their strength was very terrifying. Even if Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao joined forces, they were no match for them. Chapter 1171. Invincible Emperor Lord after all, Feng Xiao had yet to enter the Emperor realm back then. Even though she had the strength of the Emperor realm and might have had a chance against the Azure Emperor, Fenri and Fenju, two mid-level emperors, were still not enough. Therefore, Feng Xiao was captured by Fenri and Fenju in the end. Of course, Feng Xiao was the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect after all, so the two elders did not go too far. They only sealed Feng Xiao's cultivation and left the Qingxian Empire with Feng Xiao to the Burning Heaven sect. They reported this matter to the Burning Heaven sect's sect master and let him decide on this matter. Before leaving the Qingxian Empire with Feng Xiao, the two elders naturally followed Emperor Qing and carried out a carpet search in the Qingxian Empire to find Zhuo Xiaotian, who had taken Feng Xiao's innocence. How could their Burning Heaven sect's holy maiden be tarnished by a small grassroots cultivator? After searching for more than a month, Emperor Qing and the other two did not find any trace of Zhuo Xiaotian. However, Zhuo Xiaotian entered the imperial city alone for Feng Xiao. Zhuo Xiaotian's talent was indeed terrifying. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm, Emperor Qing was actually unable to do anything to Zhuo Xiaotian, and was even suppressed by Zhuo Xiaotian. Zhuo Xiaotian's dragon soul, the two-headed nether dragon, was especially powerful. Later on, because of Fan Ri and Fan Zhu's actions, Emperor Qing was able to capture Zhuo Xiaotian. Originally, Elder Fan Ri and Elder Fan Zhu planned to kill Zhuo Xiaotian. However, under the threat of Feng Xiao's death, the two elders did not take Zhuo Xiaotian's life in the end. Instead, they imprisoned him on the 18th floor of the Imperial City's dungeon. Hearing Emperor Qing's story, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He also did not expect that there was such a secret back then. The love between his mother, Feng Xiao, and his father, Zhuo Xiaotian, was actually so bumpy. Moreover, he also recalled that his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, had told him that Zhuo Xiaotian had once returned to the clan more than 20 years ago. At that time, after he left Zhuowen in the clan, he left without saying a word. Zhuowen knew that Zhuo Xiaotian's purpose for that trip was probably to the imperial capital to search for his mother, Feng Xiao. Where is the Burning Heaven sect? Zhuowen asked with a cold gaze. The Burning Heaven sect is in the Southern Barbarian. However, the headquarters of the Burning Heaven sect has always been very secretive. It is said that it is built in a secret realm. If there is no one from the Burning Heaven sect leading the way, it will be very difficult to enter the headquarters of the Burning Heaven sect. Emperor Qing shook his head. Zhuowen frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect the Burning Heaven sect to be so mysterious. Even Emperor Qing didn't know the exact location of the Burning Heaven sect's headquarters. Zhuowen, I've said everything that needs to be said. I think you should let me go. Emperor Qing probed. Zhuowen was expressionless. He didn't pay attention to Emperor Qing at all. With a flick of his finger, a golden energy swept out and tied up Emperor Qing like a golden rope. Then, his gaze fell on the monstrous sea of fire in the sky above the imperial capital's dungeon. A great forbidden array. I'd like to see how powerful this so-called Great Forbidden Array is. With that, Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. His 1,000-meter-long arm was like a golden bridge in the void, spanning across the horizon and heavily bombarding the surface of the sea of fire. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions resounded. Golden light slowly rose like a blazing small sun. Then, the huge Great Forbidden Array shook violently under this huge force. However, it only shook and showed no signs of collapse. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuowen slowly retreated dozens of steps as he stared at the sea of fire in front of him. The defense of the Burning Heaven sect's Great Forbidden Array was really strong. Even with the strength of his Buddha body, he couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to it. I don't believe it. With a cold snort, Zhuowen once again pounced forward. Then he punched out again. The powerful force tore through the air and emitted a sharp, ear-piercing sound. However, what made Zhuowen frown was that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't cause any substantial damage to the sea of fire. Emperor Qing, who was imprisoned by Zhuowen with his golden energy and thrown aside, had a strange look in his eyes. A jade talisman had unknowingly appeared in his right hand. He muttered in a low voice, "I think Grandmaster should be arriving soon. It's time to tell him the exact location." After saying that, Emperor Qing quietly crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A wisp of imperceptible jade-colored energy slowly dissipated in the air. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to what Emperor Qing was doing. He was just desperately waving his fist at the sea of fire. His eyes faintly revealed a trace of scarlet because he knew that his father, Zhuowen, was imprisoned in the sea of fire. Seeing his biological father in front of him, but unable to rescue him, was a kind of torture for Zhuowen. Therefore, he crazily threw himself at the sea of fire. Even though it seemed a little futile, he didn't give up. Boom, 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 boom. The commotion caused by Zhuo Wen's fist striking the sea of flames was extremely great. The entire imperial capital seemed to have sunk into an earthquake. It constantly shook, trembled, and swayed, causing countless cultivators in the imperial capital to fall into panic. In the deepest part of the prison, a figure whose entire body was bound by chains seemed to have heard the commotion in the outside world. That originally immovable mountain-like figure trembled slightly before slowly lifting his head. A pair of dark black eyes stared at the sea of fire in the sky. It was as if his sharp gaze could penetrate the surrounding sea of fire and clearly see everything beyond it. Zhuowen! The figure was startled. Then he slowly got up. The movement of getting up pulled at the chains all over his body, producing clanging sounds of metal rubbing against each other. "I have to go up and take a look," the figure muttered in a low voice. With a stomp of his foot, a ring-shaped wave of air spread out with him as the center. Then he shot out like an arrow from a bow. In an instant, he reached the entrance of the abyss. Then, with a stroke of his right hand, a gap appeared in the monstrous sea of fire. When a gap appeared in the sea of fire, Zhuowen's movements also stopped. His gaze passed through the gap and stared at Zhuo Xiaotian, whose entire body was bound by black chains and whose hair was disheveled, and his nose actually felt a little sour. His father had been imprisoned in this abyss for more than 20 years. In the endless darkness, Zhuowen really didn't know how Zhuo Xiaotian had survived until now. Zhuo Xiaotian raised his head slightly and looked at the 10,000 feet tall Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "Child, you're here." Although it was only one sentence, Zhuowen could feel a deep concern and a trace of guilt from it. As a father, he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father for a single day in the past 20 years. "Father, I'm here. I'll save you right now." However, Zhuowen smiled and extended his right hand towards the gap. However, when he reached the gap, an invisible force like an iron wall froze Zhuowen's right arm. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he smashed his fist down. However, he was unable to penetrate this invisible barrier. "Child," Funju and Funri had long expected that after my strength increased, I would be able to break free from the Great Forbidden Spell formation. Therefore, when they were setting up the Great Forbidden Spell formation, they did not know that there was an even more powerful formation inside. I'm afraid that only an invincible Emperor Master would be able to break this formation. Father is still quite a distance away from this realm. Zhuo Xiaotian said somewhat bitterly. "Invincible Emperor Lord." Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect Funju and Funri to be so ruthless. They actually set up 2 layers of arrays in the Imperial City's dungeon, and each layer was more terrifying than the last. As for the invincible Emperor Lord that Zhuowen spoke of, Zhuowen had never heard of it. Zhuo Xiaotian also saw the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that Zhuowen might not be clear about the realm of Invincible Emperor Lord. So he said gently, "Invincible Emperor Lord means that you are invincible in the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are low, the middle 3 levels are middle, and the last 3 levels are high. Above the 9th level of the Emperor realm is the Half-Saint realm. However, between the 9th level of the Emperor realm and the Half-Saint realm, there are people who can grasp the Saint inscription law in advance, but their cultivation has not reached the Half-Saint realm. Invincible in the Emperor realm." Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He did not expect that there would be such a division in the Emperor realm. However, he also knew that it would be extremely difficult to grasp the Saint inscription law before becoming a saint. Only a few extremely terrifying monstrous geniuses would be able to do it. Even though Zhuo Xiaotian's talent was indeed very strong, he still felt a little guilty about becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. However, it would be easier to skip the realm of Invincible Emperor Lord and directly reach the half-saint realm. However, such a half-saint would only be an ordinary half-saint. At most, his strength would be slightly stronger than an invincible Emperor Lord. If he first became an invincible Emperor Lord, and then used the invincible Emperor Lord's power to become a half-saint, then the power he would obtain would be extremely terrifying. In the Heavenly Armor continent, most monstrous geniuses who were confident in their talent would not rush to break through to the half-saint realm after reaching the 9th layer Emperor realm. Instead, they would first comprehend the Saint Inscription Law and successfully grasp the Saint Inscription Law to become an invincible Emperor Lord. Only then would they choose to break through to the half-saint realm. Shuo Xiaotian's aura was very strong. Shuo Xiaotian could not see through it at all. At this moment, Shuo Xiaotian gave him a feeling that Shuo Xiaotian was even stronger than Jian Mu in the desolate ancient city. Zhuowen knew that Shuo Xiaotian should also be a high-level Emperor realm expert, and possibly an existence that was extremely close to becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He did not expect Shuo Xiaotian to be so strong. However, what surprised him even more was the terrifying formation that trapped Shuo Xiaotian. Even a high-level Emperor realm expert could not escape from it, let alone the current Zhuowen. Whoosh! While Zhuowen and Shuo Xiaotian were looking at each other speechlessly, a beam of light suddenly swept over from afar. It finally stopped not far from the Sea of Fire, and then a stalwart figure appeared. This person was dressed in a long blue robe, and there was a trace of purple in his long flowing hair. He wore a mysterious purple mask, and his eyes faintly flickered with a sharp radiance. In particular, there was an extremely terrifying spiritual storm swirling around this person. This spiritual storm was even stronger than the other arcanists that Zhuowen had seen before. Perhaps only the mysterious Master Mu Feng could match up to this blue-robed figure. Chapter 1172. The Mysterious Arcane Heavenly Master. Master, save me. The Lotus Emperor looked at the majestic blue figure with excitement in his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim. The blue-robed man with a purple mask glanced at Emperor Qing and nodded. He took a step forward and flew towards Emperor Qing, intending to save him. You want to save Emperor Qing? Don't even think about it. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Emperor Qing had tried to kill him several times. He would not allow the blue-robed man to save Emperor Qing. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Boom, boom. Zhuowen, who had a towering Buddha body, took a step forward and instantly arrived where Emperor Qing was. His towering palm descended, intending to capture Emperor Qing. Humph, you are just a peak heavenly master. Even if you have some powerful secret technique to increase your combat strength, you are still no match for me. No one can stop me from saving the person I want to save. The blue-robed man snorted, and the mental strength in his Niwen palace surged out like a tsunami. The mental strength storm that surrounded the blue-robed man split into tens of thousands in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The tens of thousands of mental strength storms came crashing down, causing Zhuowen to frown. His hand, which was originally going to grab the blue-robed man, changed direction and faced the terrifying mental strength storm. Boom! The pressure generated by the tens of thousands of mental strength storms was like the water pressure in the deep sea. It was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen felt his right hand being squeezed until it became deformed. Boom! Boom! Under this pressure, Zhuowen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. He looked at the blue-robed man, who had landed beside the Azure Emperor with fear in his eyes. Fortunately, Zhuowen was at the 5th level of the Great Nirvana realm. Although Zhuowen's hand was distorted by the pressure, Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the distorted hand returned to its original state. Who exactly are you? Shuo Wen's gaze was grave as he looked at the blue-robed man and coldly asked. The blue-robed man's exposed eyes were filled with indifference. He did not answer Shuo Wen's question. Instead, he waved his right hand and a surge of mental strength gushed out. The golden energy binding Jin Di was instantly destroyed. Thank you for saving me. Emperor Qing, who was rescued, quickly bowed beside the blue-robed man. His eyes were filled with respect. He knew that the blue-robed man in front of him held a much higher position in the Azure Dragon headquarters than him. The blue-robed man waved his hand and looked at Zhuowen. He frownedly, "Is this man Zhuowen? How come I can't feel any yuan force from him, but he is Buddhist?" The Qing emperor hurriedly said, "Master, you may not know this, but I don't know what kind of secret technique this lad has cultivated to actually produce such a Buddhist body. His other body is still in the Celestial Empire." External avatar, the blue-robed man sounded surprised. Hearing the conversation between the blue-robed man and Emperor Qing, Zhuowen slowly took a few steps back. He faintly guessed that this blue-robed man was likely a member of the Azure Dragon main hall. Moreover, his position was definitely much higher than Emperor Qing, especially the mental energy on this person's body. It actually gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. "I think it should be a secret technique similar to the external avatar," Emperor Qing said concisely. "So, it's just an avatar. Is the original body not here? In that case, let's capture this avatar first." The blue-robed man nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and threw out nearly 100 yuan crystals. The surface of these yuan crystals emitted a lustrous white glow, after which the blue-robed man formed a seal with both of his hands. These nearly 100 yuan crystals erupted with an extremely hot white glow. This white glow rushed into the sky and drew a complicated formation. Swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, two figures appeared out of thin air from within the white light. A teleportation array. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the two figures that gradually emerged from the white light. This arcana Heavenly Master's methods were indeed somewhat unusual. He had actually constructed a teleportation array, so casually. However, he also knew that this teleportation array should be a short-distance teleportation array. If it was a long-distance teleportation array, it would not have been constructed in such a short time, even if the creator was an arcane heavenly master. These two figures were middle-aged men. They were dressed in similar cyan robes, and on the chest of their robes, there was a ferocious cyan dragon. The aura of these two men was even stronger than that of Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng. They were almost comparable to Azura, the island master of Azura Island, two fourth-level great emperors. Zhuowen frowned and narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought that this arcana heavenly master would be able to summon two fourth-level great emperors? That was terrifying. "Master, what are your orders?" The two green-robed men nodded slightly and asked the blue-robed man politely, "Capture this boy alive." The blue-robed man said indifferently, "Yes." The two men in green robes nodded. Soon after, their indifferent gazes landed on Zhuowen. Without further ado, they unleashed their Emperor aura at the fourth level of the Emperor realm. Terrifying yuan power spread out in all directions, transforming into two green shadows and attacking Zhuowen. 9 flames karmic fire. Seeing the two green-robed men attacking without saying a word, Zhuowen did not hold back and used the 9 flames karmic fire. He knew very well how big the gap between him and a fourth-level great emperor was. If he did not use his full strength, he would end up in a miserable state. He still has heavenly fire. The blue-robed man raised his eyebrows and whispered in surprise. Boom, boom. In just an instant, the 9 flames karmic fire spread across the entire horizon as if it was burning the sky. Under the spread of the 9 flames karmic fire, the temperature of the entire county rose at a terrifying speed. Countless warriors in the imperial capital felt as if they were on fire. Some warriors who could not bear it left the imperial capital one after another. They knew that if they continued to stay in the imperial capital, they would definitely be roasted alive by the terrifying temperature. The 2 green-robed men looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment before they calmed down. So, what if he had heavenly fire? The gap between them and Zhuowen was too big. He probably could not unleash the full power of the heavenly fire. Break, break, break. Both of them unleashed the power of the stars at the same time. 18 stars smashed down one by one, bombarding the sea of fire that permeated the entire sky. The terrifying sea of fire stirred up an extremely terrifying flame aftershock. Zhuowen, who was within the sea of flames, frowned slightly. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his 3 kilometers long arm clenched into a fist as he suddenly punched out, smashing fiercely onto the 18 stars. Thump, thump. However, to Zhu Wen's astonishment, the power emanating from the 18 stars was extremely terrifying. Even when he used his full strength to strike the stars, not only was he unable to shatter them, he was even forced back by the power of the stars that permeated the surface. A peak heavenly venerable trying to resist 2 mid-level martial emperors. You're delusional. Even if you have heavenly fire, it's impossible. One of the mid-level martial emperors said indifferently. He exchanged a glance with the other green-robed man. The 2 of them tacitly moved in a triangular formation and surrounded Zhuowen. Terrifying emperor aura filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. Another terrifying collision occurred. Zhuowen groaned. Under the encirclement of the 2 mid-level martial emperors, he was in an extremely passive state. It could even be said that he was being suppressed. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was monstrous, his true cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. With heavenly fire and his immortal body, his combat strength was at most comparable to Jin Sheng's. Now that the 2 4th-level martial emperors had joined forces, Zhuowen was no match for them. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Uffed, Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few hundred steps. His chest heaved slightly, and his eyes were filled with fear. The gap between him and the mid-level martial emperors was too great. He was no match for the 2 green-robed men. I have to escape. Light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that the great restrictive spell formation that trapped Zhuowen could only be broken with the strength of an invincible martial emperor. With his current strength, it was no doubt a fool's dream to break through the great restrictive spell formation. Hence, there was no point for him to stay in the imperial capital. His only regret was that he did not manage to kill Emperor Qing. Within the great restrictive spell formation, Zhuo Xiaotian looked worriedly at Zhuowen. 2 4th-level martial emperors and an arcane heavenly master. Zhuowen was basically in a dead end. The chances of him escaping were too low. However, Zhuo Xiaotian did not have the strength to break through the great restrictive spell formation. Zhuo Xiaotian could not help Zhuowen at all. He could only watch as Zhuowen was beaten up. Emperor Qing, you must die. Taking another step back, Zhuowen of the Buddha Dao glared at the Azure Emperor. He took a step forward and charged towards the Azure Emperor. You overestimate yourself. Emperor Qing was not afraid at all. He had a master by his side. Zhuowen was simply courting death. Hence, he was not worried at all. The blue-robed man also revealed a mocking smile in his eyes. His right hand stepped on the empty space and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. Even the two green-robed men stopped chasing after Zhuowen. They were well aware of how powerful the blue-robed man was. Zhuowen directly charged towards the blue-robed man. Wasn't he courting death? However, just as Zhuowen was about to reach the invisible barrier, he let out a low roar and stomped his foot to the side. He actually fled immediately. He had no intention of killing Emperor Qing at all. This scene caused the blue-robed man to be dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to react. The other two green-robed men were also stunned. No one had expected that Zhuowen would actually flee at this critical juncture. "Bastard, are you toying with me?" The blue-robed man was infuriated. He stomped his foot and charged towards the fleeing Zhuowen of the Buddhist Tao. The two green-robed men also felt humiliated. They unconsciously followed behind the blue-robed man, leaving only the Azure Emperor behind. It's just a small trick. With the three lords around, Zhuowen, your little tricks won't work at all. When the time comes, you still won't be able to escape the fate of death. After this clone of yours dies, it will be your original body's turn. Emperor Qing sneered. "Is that so? I think the one who will die is you, Emperor Qing." Chapter 1173. Teleportation. Zhuowen, aren't you? Seeing Zhuowen of Buddhism standing quietly behind him and looking at him with a smile, Emperor Qing could not help but tremble. Wasn't Zhuowen chased by the blue-robed man and his two companions? Why did he suddenly appear in front of him? At this moment, Zhuowen had returned to the size of a normal person. His huge body was too big of a target. The main reason Zhuowen was able to escape the pursuit of the blue-robed man, and the other two, was that he had the last piece of the Wind Rider 9 Autumns on him. This item allowed him to teleport about 500 kilometers. Therefore, when the blue-robed man and the other two were about to catch up to him, Zhuowen immediately activated the Wind Rider 9 Autumns. Die. Now that time was of the essence. Zhuowen didn't waste any time. He slammed his palm down, and a terrifying golden light burst out, forming a Buddha's palm in the sky and enveloping Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing had already suffered serious injuries in the battle with Zhuowen. Moreover, his natal emperor weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram, was also destroyed by Zhuowen. Now, facing Zhuowen's all-out attack, Emperor Qing was no match for him. Emperor Qing screamed as he was drowned by the terrifying Buddha's palm. When his screams came to an abrupt end, Emperor Qing's figure and the huge Buddha's palm disappeared from the world at the same time. After destroying Emperor Qing with one palm strike, Zhuowen took a deep look at the imperial city's dungeon, which was surrounded by a boundless sea of fire. There was an opening there, and in the opening stood a figure bound in chains. "Zhuowen, leave. You don't have the ability to save me now." Zhuo Xiaotian's eyes were full of praise. He had seen Zhuowen's performance just now. There was no doubt that Zhuowen's talent was more terrifying than his in the past. Now, what Zhuowen lacked was time. Zhuo Xiaotian knew that as long as he gave Zhuowen a certain amount of time, his son would definitely surpass him. At that time, Zhuowen might be able to help him save Feng Xiao. Zhuowen nodded. The invincible Emperor realm was too far away from him. He couldn't reach such a height in a short period of time. However, Zhuowen might be able to. Therefore, Zhuowen immediately thought of the Azure Dragon Palace. This was the inheritance of a saint. Perhaps there were Saint Rune laws inside. If Zhuowen could comprehend the Saint Rune laws, he might be able to reach the Saint Emperor realm. "Father, if you directly comprehend the Saint Rune laws, can you reach the Saint Emperor realm?" Zhuowen asked. Zhuo Xiaotian was startled. He nodded and said, If I have the Saint Rune laws as a reference, it will indeed be beneficial for me to reach the invincible Emperor realm. However, Saint Runes aren't cabbages. They are things that only saints have. It's impossible for us to obtain them, let alone comprehend them. Zhuo Xiaotian couldn't help but shake his head. In the vast eastern land, the number of saints was extremely small. Saint Runes were very important to saints. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain such things. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaotian didn't even think about it because it was unrealistic. Although his cultivation had reached the high-level Emperor realm due to the Dragon Soul, he still couldn't comprehend the Saint Rune laws and enter the invincible Emperor realm. The main reason was that he had to rely on himself to verify it. This way, comprehending the Saint Rune laws would undoubtedly be much slower. "Father, I'll leave first. The next time I come, I'll definitely help you out." Shuowen spoke to Zhuo Xiaotian when he sensed the sonic boom coming from outside the imperial city. He did not stay any longer. He took a step in the air and immediately left the imperial city, heading in the direction of Muqin County. Not long after Zhuowen left, 3 whistling sounds came. Then the blue-robed arcana master and 2 azure-robed men appeared. At this moment, the 3 of them didn't look very good. When they were about to catch up to Zhuowen, the latter used an unknown tool and disappeared in front of them. In an instant, he appeared thousands of miles away from them and returned to the imperial capital. When they arrived at the imperial capital, Zhuowen was already nowhere to be found. Even Emperor Qing's aura had disappeared from the imperial capital. There was no doubt that Emperor Qing had met with misfortune. "Master, I'm afraid Emperor Qing is dead," one of the azure-robed men said respectfully. The blue-robed arcana master snorted and said in a low voice, "What a cunning guy! He actually has a tool that can teleport him thousands of miles away." "Then what should we do next?" the azure-robed man continued to ask. "Go to the Heavenly Empire. That Zhuowen must be captured alive. Regardless of whether it is the high-grade Dharch artifact that the Azure Dharch mentioned, the Heavenly Flame, or his identity as a descendant of the Long Clan, we cannot let him go," the blue-robed arcana master said coldly. The 2 azure-robed men naturally didn't have any objections. After the 3 of them discussed some matters, they turned into 3 streaks of black lightning and flew towards Muqin County. At their level of cultivation, the distance between the imperial capital and Muqin County wasn't very far. At this moment, in the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Hantian, Zhuowen, the Flame Emperor, Xiang, Miao Lu, and a group of higher-ups of the Celestial Empire were sitting in the reception hall, discussing the battle. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. This time, they had defeated the imperial capital army without losing a single soldier. Even the 4 Emperor Realm experts of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and the Alcade Holy Dynasty had fallen. Such a battle record was extremely dazzling in the entire Eastern land. Of course, the biggest contributor this time was naturally Zhuowen, who was sitting next to Lu Hantian. Everyone in the reception hall looked at Zhuowen with a hint of respect. Although Zhuowen's cultivation didn't seem very high, the combat strength he had displayed was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, Zhuowen was listening to the conversation in the reception hall with a smile on his face. But soon, he stood up and his face became extremely gloomy. Zhuowen's action immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone looked at Zhuowen with confusion. "Zhuowen, what's wrong?" Lu Hantian asked with a little surprise. "Something bad has happened." Zhuowen's face was extremely solemn as he recounted what had happened in the imperial capital. Of course, time was of the essence, so Zhuowen didn't go into detail. But the people in the reception hall weren't ordinary people, so they quickly understood what Zhuowen meant. It seems like the people from the Azure Dragon Main Palace are here, and 2 4th-level Emperor realm experts, and 1 arcane heavenly master came at the same time. Lu Hantian also stood up. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although only 3 people from the Azure Dragon Main Palace came this time, the 3 of them were not simple. Just the 3 of them alone probably had the ability to destroy a holy dynasty, let alone a mere celestial empire in the Qing Xian Empire. What should we do? Many people in the reception hall began to panic, whether it was the 4th-level Emperor Realm experts or the arcane heavenly master. They weren't people they could fight against. If the 3 of them really came to the Celestial Empire, it would undoubtedly be the end of the Celestial Empire. Although Lu Hantian looked calm on the surface, his heart was in a mess. 2 4th-level Emperor Realm experts and 1 arcane heavenly master. Such a lineup made even the fearless Lu Hantian a little afraid. Brother Hantian, next, arrange for the important people of the Celestial Empire to gather. At the same time, dismiss the soldiers of the Celestial Empire and have them leave the capital. I will bring you to a secret place. A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Hantian's mind. Then, Lu Hantian's gaze fell on Zhuowen. It was Zhuowen who had sent him a message. Out of trust for Zhuowen, Lu Hantian didn't even ask. He just nodded at Zhuowen and went to arrange for the important people of the Celestial Empire to be gathered and dismissed. In about 2 hours, Lu Hantian had arranged everything. Although many soldiers of the Celestial Empire were puzzled by Lu Hantian's actions, no one dared to disobey Lu Hantian's orders. After all, Lu Hantian was the leader of the Celestial Empire, the Celestial Emperor. He represented the highest position in the Celestial Empire. Even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't do anything to disobey. In the open space outside the reception hall, there were nearly 100 figures, including Xiang's group of 5, Miao Lu, Fan Yu, and LV Yongshen. As for the Flame Emperor, because he wasn't a member of the Celestial Empire, he left the capital alone after dismissing the soldiers of the Yanxian Empire. Lu Hantian and Zhuowen stood quietly in front of the group of 100 people, quietly staring at the crowd. Lu Hantian said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, I have arranged for the important people according to your request. These are all people that Shiwan and I trust." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Let's wait for a while. Let's wait for my Buddhist avatar to arrive." Lu Hantian nodded lightly and waited silently with Zhuowen. After a while, a golden light swept over from the horizon. Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar arrived above the open space and quickly landed beside Zhuowen. "Come back." Zhuowen nodded, turned into a golden light, and entered Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's clone nodded, turned into a golden light, and entered his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment the Buddhist avatar entered Zhuowen's body, 3 people arrived above the reception hall. These 3 people were the blue-robed Arcana Master and his 2 companions. "Zhuowen, are you all trying to seek death together?" The blue-robed Arcana Master stood in the void, quietly looking down at the people below. His deep gaze focused on Zhuowen as he said indifferently. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "I am not seeking death. I am seeking life." As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his right finger and took out a pale token. It was the Blue Dragon token that he had obtained from the Blue Dragon Hall. Whoosh! The moment the Blue Dragon token was taken out, a milky white light enveloped everyone in the open space, and a wave of spatial power spread out. Spatial power? Oh no, it's a teleportation token. "Come back." The blue-robed Arcana Master roared angrily. He stomped his foot and landed on the open space below. Terrifying mental energy was released from his Niwen palace. Instantly, the gravity in the open space increased exponentially. The people who were enveloped by this gravity felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Many of them fell to the ground with trembling eyes. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of an arcana heavenly master? Let's go. Chapter 1174. Re-entering the Azure Dragon Hall Boom. The terrifying spiritual energy was like the might of the heavens crushing down from the sky. Instantly, everything within a radius of 5 kilometers around the guest hall was crushed into dust by the spiritual energy, turning into ruins. The blue-robed Arcana Master's face became extremely unsightly as he looked at the ruined reception hall. The moment his mental energy descended, Zhuowen's group had already been transported away by the spatial power. Master, the two azure-robed men approached and asked with a slight frown. The blue-robed Arcana Master snorted coldly and said they escaped. The token in Zhuowen's hand contains a rather powerful teleportation formation. It can actually teleport almost 100 people away at the same time. The two azure-robed men looked at each other in shock. Teleporting almost 100 people was an extremely difficult task. Ordinary teleportation formations could not do it at all. Then what should we do? The two azure-robed men frowned and asked, "Wait, we'll wait in the Azure Xian Empire for 2 months. After 2 months, if there's still no news from Zhuowen, we'll leave," the blue-robed Arcana Master said indifferently. The two azure-robed men naturally followed the blue-robed Arcana Master's lead. They looked at each other and did not have any objections. This was a spacious hall. The ground was filled with dense mist, and the ceiling of the hall was an oval-shaped dome filled with stars. If one did not look carefully, they might think that it was a real starry sky. Figures sat cross-legged in the hall. When Zhuowen led almost 100 people from the Heavenly Empire into this place, the figures sitting cross-legged in the hall seemed to sense something and open their eyes. Their deep gazes landed on Zhuowen's group, who had just entered. Thump, thump. When these people's gazes landed on Zhuowen, at the very front, they all stood up with excitement in their eyes. Zhuowen! For figures broke through the air and arrived in front of Zhuowen. One of them was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He arrived in front of Zhuowen in a single step. His slightly withered hands landed heavily on Zhuowen's shoulders. His aged voice slowly sounded, "Zhuowen, it's good that you're back." "Grandpa," Zhuowen also replied somewhat excitedly. The old man in front of him was his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding. The other 3 people were 1 man and 2 women. They were LVE Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. The surrounding Zhuo family members also gathered around and stared at Zhuowen with admiration. Now, Zhuowen's position in their hearts was like that of a god. They were especially grateful to Zhuowen for bringing them into the Azure Dragon Hall. This was because the density of the Yuan Qi here far exceeded that of other places. In addition, the Azure Dragon's origin had brought them benefits. These 2 years in the Azure Dragon Hall were the 2 years where they had made the greatest progress. Among them, there were quite a number of Zhuo clan members whose cultivation had actually reached the 4th stage. This caused Zhuowen to feel rather gratified. After all, the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka. Only when the Zhuo family flourished could they truly revive. Right now, this was only the beginning. Zhuowen knew that as time passed, the Ryuka's golden age from 10,000 years ago would definitely reappear. What made Zhuowen feel gratified was that Zhuo Xiangding's cultivation had also reached the early Xuanzuan realm, while LV Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian had reached the golden venerable realm. Among them, LV Yitao had reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. he could be considered the existence with the highest cultivation among the three. What dense yuan qi? At this moment, Lu Hantian and the others who were standing behind Zhuowen were all shocked. The density of the yuan qi in the Azure Dragon Hall had almost exceeded everyone's expectations. This was many times stronger than the Qing Xian Empire. Zhuowen, where exactly is this place? Lu Hantian asked the question that was on everyone's mind. This is the Azure Dragon Hall, the residence of the saint, the Azure Dragon Taoist. The outside of the Azure Dragon Hall is enveloped by the Azure Dragon's origin. It has the powerful effect of increasing the martial aptitude of a warrior. Furthermore, the yuan qi inside is many times denser than outside. Zhuowen introduced indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall fell into silence. Soon after, their gazes fell on Zhuowen in disbelief. This hall was actually the inheritance of a saint. They even thought that there was something wrong with their ears. To the people of the Qing Xian Empire, a saint was a legendary existence. He was an unattainable existence. But now, Zhuowen actually said that the hall they were in was actually the inheritance of a saint. Such news was too shocking for them. After carefully digesting these words, everyone believed that this was indeed not a dream. It was real, especially the terrifying density of the yuan qi in this place. It was definitely not something that an ordinary martial emperor could arrange. Therefore, after the shock, no one doubted Zhuowen's words. Instead, their hearts were filled with passion. They knew that since Zhuowen had brought them in, it meant that he treated them as his own people. This also meant that they could cultivate in such a blessed place in the future. Wasn't the pursuit of martial arts the advancement of martial arts? Now that a blessed place like the Saint's Mansion was extremely beneficial to their martial arts advancement, they naturally wished for such a place. After making arrangements for everyone, Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, Zhuo Xiangding, and a few others who were closest to Zhuowen gathered together and smiled at each other. Zhuowen, I didn't expect you to have such a great opportunity to obtain the inheritance of a saint. No wonder you improved so quickly. Lu Hantian patted Zhuowen's shoulder and laughed. His eyes were filled with gratification. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the Empyrean realm, his battle strength was actually above Lu Hantian's. Now, Lu Hantian did not treat Zhuowen as a junior. Instead, he treated Zhuowen as an equal of the same generation. Of course, the brotherly relationship between the two of them would not change no matter how one looked at it. Zhuo Xiangding and the others also nodded. They agreed with Lu Hantian's words. Zhuowen's improvement speed was indeed fast, so fast that it shocked them. However, if they thought about the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen's rapid improvement became reasonable. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders when he saw the expression of understanding on everyone's faces. He did not explain too much. Only he knew the exact situation. Although the Blue Dragon Hall was of great use to him back then, the reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of other opportunities. After all, he was far from completely controlling the Azure Dragon Palace. There were 3 layers of heaven and earth in the Azure Dragon Palace. Only by breaking through all 3 layers of heaven and earth would the entire Azure Dragon Palace become Zhuowen's possession and be under his control. Zhuowen, after all, this Azure Dragon Palace is the residence of a saint, right? It can't be that there's only one hall, right? Lu Hantian looked around and found that there was only one hall in the palace. He could not help but ask doubtfully, "Actually, I haven't completely controlled the Azure Dragon Palace. After I completely control it, the other functions of the Azure Dragon Palace should be automatically released." Zhuowen rubbed his hands and said. Hearing this, Lu Hantian and the others all nodded. However, When they thought about how this was the residence of a saint, it would be unreasonable if it was so easy to control. Grandfather, I wonder if anyone in our Zhuo family has awakened a dragon soul in the Azure Dragon Palace? Zhuowen asked hopefully. The Azure Dragon Palace possessed the origin of the Azure Dragon, which should have a very good inducing effect on the Zhuo family, who possessed the bloodline of the Long family. Stimulating the bloodline in their bodies, the chances of awakening the dragon soul would also be much higher. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiangding's face flushed red, and his eyes revealed excitement as he said, "Ha ha! Yes, the Azure Dragon's origin is indeed very useful. 3 people in the Zhuo family have already awakened a dragon soul." "Oh, there are 3? Which 3? Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation. "Zhuo Tian, Xiang, Meishue, the 3 of you come out." Zhuo Xiangding called out to the Zhuo family behind him. Immediately after, 3 people walked out from the Zhuo family behind him. They were a man and 2 women. The man was a few years older than Zhuowen. He was dressed in black, and his eyes were sharp. Of the 2 women, one of them was dressed in a white dress. Her face was pure and pleasant, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked calm and serene. The other woman was slightly charming, and her figure was extremely hot. Her plump and delicate body was extremely alluring under the red qipao. Seeing the 3 of them, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Zhuo Tian, Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Meishue were rather famous geniuses back in the family. Back then, Zhuowen had some interactions with the 3 of them. However, as his strength increased and he stepped out of Rattan Armor City, he rarely saw the 3 of them. At this moment, the 3 of them were clearly a little reserved. Although they knew that Zhuowen was of the same generation as them, there was still a trace of uncontrollable caution in their hearts. This was because Zhuowen's deeds had spread throughout the entire Qing Xian Empire. Even Zhuowen's strength and his servants were far more powerful than the 3 of them. Unknowingly, the genius who was on equal footing with them back in the family had already grown to such a level. Right now, they could only silently look up at Zhuowen's back. "Let me see the dragon souls of the 3 of you." Zhuowen's voice was gentle. The cultivation of the 3 of them was pretty good around the sovereign stage. However, due to the dragon souls in their bodies, their fighting strength should be much stronger than ordinary sovereigns. Hearing his words, the 3 of them exchanged a glance. Shortly after, Zhuowen took a step forward and said, "Cousin Zhuowen, my dragon soul is a 3rd-grade dragon soul. It's called the Blue Mulberry Dragon." As he spoke, a dense blue light gushed out from between Zhuo Tian's brows. The blue light soared into the sky and turned into a giant blue dragon that was several hundred feet long. This blue dragon's appearance was somewhat similar to the Western dragons on Earth. It had 4 pairs of blue wings on its back, and a pair of dragon legs that were extremely thick and solid like the trunk of a towering tree. A 3rd-grade dragon soul, Blue Mulberry Dragon. Not bad. Chapter 1175. Second Heaven and Earth. Hearing Zhuowen's words of praise, Zhuo Tian revealed a flattered expression. Zhuowen's image had long been deified in the hearts of many members of the Zhuo family, even though Zhuo Tian and Zhuowen were of the same generation. And in terms of seniority, Zhuowen was still Zhuo Tian's cousin, but Zhuo Tian still treated Zhuowen as if he was facing an elder of the family and even showed more restraint. Smiling and nodding at Zhuo Tian, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Zhuo Xiang and Zhuo Meishue on the other side, and said with a smile, "What about the 2 of you?" Hearing this, Zhuo Xiang and Zhuo Meishue looked at each other and released their respective dragon souls. Zhuo Xiang's dragon soul was the same as Zhuo Tian's. It had also reached the 3rd grade and was called the Butterfly Fragrance Dragon. This dragon's appearance was extremely gorgeous and colorful, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. Moreover, this dragon's body emitted an invisible fragrance that had the effect of causing hallucinations and hypnosis. The quality of Zhuo Meishua's dragon soul was inferior to Zhuo Xiang, Er's, and Zhuo Tian's. It was only a second-grade dragon soul. It was a huge dragon with ice and snow lingering around its body, and its might was not bad. The dragon souls you have awakened are not bad. The Azure Dragon source around the Azure Dragon Hall is extremely beneficial to your dragon souls, Zhuowen said with a smile. Zhuo Tian and the other two looked at each other and nodded solemnly, their eyes filled with excitement. Big brother Han Tian, grandfather, I'm about to go to the second heaven of the Azure Dragon Hall. Once I pass it, the Azure Dragon Hall will unlock more functions, and I can even choose a rather generous reward from there. Zhuowen slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, The second heaven? Zhuowen, from what you said, the second heaven should be an extremely dangerous place. If you can't pass it, what will the consequences be? Lu Hantian asked with a frown. Zhuowen said with a chuckle, The consequence of not being able to pass it is death. At that time, the Azure Dragon Hall will choose a new successor. Dead. The pupils of the surrounding crowd shrunk. Worry surged in their eyes as they looked at Zhuowen. The price is so high. Lu Hantian and Zhuo Xiangding looked at each other and frowned. Big brother Zhuo, can't we not challenge it? Miao Elvi's beautiful eyes were filled with nervousness as she twisted her hands together. Elvi Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian also revealed worried expressions. The reason why they were able to enter the Azure Dragon Palace to cultivate was all because of Zhuowen. If Zhuowen died, then they might be chased out by the power of the Azure Dragon Palace, which would not benefit them at all. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, If you don't pay a price and take a certain risk, how can you obtain more power? Seeing Zhuowen say this, everyone knew that Zhuowen had already made up his mind, so no one came forward to persuade him. Lu Hantian and Zhuo Xiangding cautiously patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said, Zhuowen, be careful. Big brother Hantian, grandfather, at this moment, I know that my life is very tough, and I won't die so easily. Zhuowen grinned. After saying that, Zhuowen walked out of the hall and arrived at the huge plaza in front of the hall. In front of the plaza, there was a stone tablet that was dozens of feet tall. On the stone tablet, there were 3 bold and powerful words, Azure Dragon Hall. Last time, the figure of the Azure Dragon Taoist had appeared in this plaza, following the guidance of the Azure Dragon Taoist. He, Zhuowen, had entered the first layer of the world to undergo the trial. This time, he planned to enter the second layer of the world. Sure enough, the moment Zhuowen arrived at the plaza, the clouds and mist that lingered in the plaza began to churn violently. Then, they gathered into a stalwart figure in the air above the plaza. This stalwart figure was the image of a middle-aged man. He wore a loose robe and a feathered crown on his head. His eyes were like the moon and stars. Countless dragon shadows swept out from this stalwart figure and circled around him. It looked extremely shocking, and this person was the shadow of the Azure Dragon Taoist. You're here again. This time, are you preparing to enter the second layer of the world? The Azure Dragon Taoist said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and said, Senior, please accept my fist. The second layer of the world is filled with dangers. Even low-level Emperor realm experts have a high chance of dying. Even mid-level Emperor realm experts have a high chance of dying. Only high-level Emperor realm experts have a 100% chance of passing. Your cultivation is only at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. Although your battle strength is comparable to the third layer of the Emperor realm, the chances of passing the second layer of the world are not high. Do you still want to try? The Azure Dragon Taoist glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, his gaze as deep as the sea. Try. Why wouldn't I try? Zhuowen said indifferently. The Azure Dragon Taoist revealed a smile and said, You're bold. Then I'll send you to the second layer of the world. As he spoke, the Azure Dragon Taoist waved his sleeve. A surge of milky white light burst out and enveloped Zhuowen. Zhuowen only felt a surge of spatial power acting on his body. Then he felt his vision turn black, and the scene in front of him changed. At this moment, Zhuowen was no longer in the square outside the Azure Dragon Hall. What appeared before him was a blue sky, thousands of miles of white clouds, and a feeling of constantly swaying. Zhuowen only then realized that he was lying on the deck of a ship. The feeling of swaying was transmitted from this ship. Zhuowen slowly stood up. Only then did he discover that the ship he was on was located in the middle of a lake. The lake where the ship was located was extremely large, and the surroundings of the lake were covered in dense, verdant forests. The ship was rather large. It had a total of 3 floors, and Zhuowen was lying on the top of the 3rd floor. The clanging sound of weapons clashing resounded, immediately attracting Zhuowen's attention. Then Zhuowen's gaze focused, and discovered that on the 1st floor of the ship, there were actually many bloody corpses. The blood on the deck had gathered into a rather terrifying stream, looking extremely terrifying. On the deck, the only ones who were still alive were 3 people. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. 1 woman and 1 man were struggling to block another man's attack. Obviously, this man and woman should be a couple. In front of the couple was a thin man wearing a ghost mask. The ghost mask on the man's face had the word X drawn on its forehead. Lying on the 3rd deck, Zhuowen looked at the battle below with interest. Because the man wearing the ghost mask had his back facing Zhuowen and was focused on dealing with a couple, he did not notice Zhuowen. Although the couple was facing Zhuowen, the 2 of them were already exhausted from running for their lives under the attacks of the man in the ghost mask. How could they have the energy to raise their heads and look in Zhuowen's direction? Therefore, this also led to the 3 people fighting not noticing Zhuowen at all when he was lying on the 3rd deck. They were still brazenly watching Zhuowen. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that the cultivation of the man in the ghost mask was around the advanced stage of the heavenly venerable realm. The cultivation of the couple was much weaker, around the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm. Logically speaking, 2 early-stage heavenly venerable realm warriors should not be in such a sorry state against a late-stage heavenly venerable realm warrior. However, the man in the ghost mask was not simple. He was very powerful. Although his cultivation was at the advanced stage of the heavenly venerable realm, his combat strength was probably comparable to that of an ordinary peak heavenly venerable realm warrior. Against this couple, the outcome would be a crushing defeat. The couple was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. Under the attacks of the man in the ghost mask, they were flustered and retreated in a panic. From time to time, more wounds would appear on their bodies, and fresh blood would gush out. Looking at their weakened auras and injuries, it would not be long before they died. 10th Ultimate, who sent you here? If I pay a higher reward than the person who sent you, will you let us live? The woman with her hair coiled up in a bun asked in a deep voice. The man wearing the ghost mask chuckled, and his unpleasant crow-like voice rang out. My 10 Ultimates Palace has never betrayed our employer. Even if you pay a higher price than our employer, it's useless, because as long as I kill you, everything on you will be mine. Moreover, I also heard that the 2 of you have a treasure map. With such a thing, do you still want to live? The man in the ghost mask laughed and waved the large blade in his right hand. A tyrannical blade, aura swept out. Then, the woman with her hair coiled up in a bun let out a muffled groan and retreated. Cherry red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. As she stumbled, the woman managed to stabilize her body with great difficulty. Just as she was about to rejoin the battle, she coincidentally saw Zhuowen sitting on the third deck. It was as if he was watching a show. He did not have any intention to help at all. After seeing Zhuowen on the third deck, the woman couldn't help but be stunned. Zhuowen's face was very unfamiliar to her. She didn't seem to have such a person on this ship. She had no impression of him at all. Moreover, on the ship, her trusted subordinates had all been killed by the 10th Ultimate. How did this person appear here? Who are you? The woman subconsciously shouted. This voice immediately attracted the attention of the man wearing the ghost head mask. He swept his gaze around and also noticed Zhuowen, who was seated on the deck as though he was watching a good show. An extremely cold glint was emitted from his eyes. Bang! After forcing the couple back with a slash of his blade, the man in the ghost mask took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen. Under his attacks, the couple was already at the end of their rope. They could not escape even if they wanted to. The black-robed young man, who had suddenly appeared on the third deck, gave him a sense of threat. He had to finish him off and not let him reap the benefits. Seeing the decisive action of the man in the ghost mask, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed dangerously. The cultivation of the man in the ghost mask was only at the advanced heavenly venerate level. Yet he dared to provoke him. He was simply courting death. This young man is finished. Seeing the actions of the man in the ghost mask, the couple on the deck sighed softly. Zhuowen was too young. They naturally did not think that Zhuowen was stronger than the man in the ghost mask. Chapter 1176. The panicked whirled the man with the ghost mask instantly appeared in front of Zhuowen. The large saber in his right hand was wrapped in a hurricane and slashed diagonally. The sharp blade emitted a cold light. The power of this slash was so great that it was enough to kill a warrior in the initial stage of the Heavenly Master realm. When the couple saw the slash of the man with the ghost mask, they were shocked. They knew that if they met this slash at this moment, they would definitely die without a burial place. Needless to say, the young man in front of them, who was only in his 20s, would soon become a ghost under the slash of the man with the ghost mask. Zhuowen stood quietly on the deck and stared indifferently at the incoming blade light. When the blade light was only a few inches away from him, Zhuowen gently raised his right hand. The power of Buddhism immediately spread over the surface of his right hand, making his right hand look like a golden stone, blooming with a dazzling golden light. Bang! Then, under the mocking gaze of the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand, intending to use his hand to resist the blade light of the man with the ghost mask. You're simply courting death. The man with the ghost mask smiled coldly. The blade light in his hand became sharper. When the blade light finally arrived in front of Zhuowen, he was stunned. Even the couple behind him were stunned because when the sharp blade light chopped on Zhuowen's right hand, it actually made a sound of metal clashing. It was as if the blade light chopped not a human hand, but an indestructible rock. The one courting death is not me, but you. At the moment when the man with the ghost mask was stunned, Zhuowen's indifferent voice slowly sounded. Then he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pinched the neck of the man with the ghost mask. Like an iron hoop, he lifted the man with the ghost mask in his hand, making him completely unable to move. Who are you? The man with the ghost mask felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. His face turned red, and he stared at Zhuowen in front of him and asked in a frightened voice, "I'm just a nobody." Zhuowen said indifferently. With a twist of his right hand, a terrifying power surged out. The man with the ghost mask struggled for a while before the crisp sound of bones dislocating rang out. Then, the man's aura was completely annihilated by Zhuowen. After killing the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen waved his right hand and threw the man out of the ship as if he was a piece of trash. The man fell on the lake, causing ripples. The 10th Art's World Slayers World Island. As the couple on the deck stared blankly at the corpse of the man with the ghost mask, that man with the ghost mask that was casually thrown by Zhuowen. Both were dumbfounded. They could not understand how Zhuowen at such a young age. How of Zhuowen was Zhuowen? In particular, the scene of Zhuo when blocking the saber light with his bare hands had truly shocked the two of them. In any case, Mingju was a late-stage Empyrean martial artist. To be able to block the saber light with his bare hands and easily grasp the 10th ultimate in his hands, it was likely that even a peak Empyrean martial artist could not do so. Moreover, the couple also discovered that they could not see through the young man in front of them at all. Therefore, they could not help but have an extremely unbelievable thought. Could this person be a terrifying Emperor realm expert? The couple exchanged glances with each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such an expert was a legendary figure to them. They did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse for them to be able to see one. After killing the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen landed on the first level of the deck. He stared at the couple in front of him, who had clearly become nervous. He did not say anything, but waited for the couple to speak. He knew that when the man with the ghost mask was fighting with the couple, he had mentioned the words treasure map. Perhaps this so-called treasure map should contain clues and missions related to this second level of heaven and earth. After all, when he was in the first level of heaven and earth, Taoist Songlong had given him a mission notification. However, Zhuowen had been in the second level of heaven and earth for a while now, but he had not received any notification. Obviously, the difficulty of the second level of heaven and earth should be higher than that of the first level of heaven and earth. He would probably have to find the mission notification himself. Young master, thank you for your help this time. Zhuowen waited for a while. Only then did the couple carefully come before Zhuowen. The two of them bowed. Their attitudes were extremely respectful, and their eyes were filled with awe. After all, the young man in front of them might be an imperial realm cultivator. Such a person was not someone they could offend. It's nothing. Zhuowen waved his hand. After saying this, he continued to look at the couple with a faint smile, waiting for them to continue. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, the husband and wife knew that Zhuowen wanted them to explain what had happened. After all, he had not saved them for nothing. How long has this young master been on the ship? The woman with the bun gritted her teeth and asked, It's been a while. Zhuowen replied indifferently. When they heard Zhuowen's words, the two of them knew that Zhuowen had likely heard about the treasure map from the 10th extremity. With a soft sigh, the two of them looked at each other. The lady with her hair tied up in a bun reached into her sleeves and took out a scroll. The surface of the scroll was the color of jade. The two ends of the scroll were also crystal clear jade. However, the surface was a little dim. Obviously, it was because of the passage of time. Looking at the scroll in the woman's hand, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He asked despite knowing the answer, "You too? May I know what this scroll is?" Beside the woman in a bun, a man with a slightly sallow complexion smiled awkwardly and said, "To tell you the truth, this scroll is a treasure map. My wife and I picked it up by accident on the banks of a small river. Originally, the two of us did not care too much about this scroll. However, later on, we found out that this treasure map was actually the ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect, a powerful force that shook the world back then. However, later on, for some reason, This treasure map in our hands was found out by someone. We don't know who it was, but they actually contacted the 10 Extremes sect and spent a huge amount of money to send the 10th absolute realm of the 10 Extremes sect to take our lives. The woman with the bun nodded repeatedly and even said with some indignation, "We also knew that with our strength, it was impossible for us to keep this treasure map. Therefore, when the 10th absolute realm came to find us, we were already prepared to hand the treasure map over to him. We only asked him to let us live." However, the 10th absolute realm was too ruthless. He said that this time, the employer not only wanted the treasure map on us, but also our lives. He was too much. Hearing the man's words, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He did not know about this so-called Supreme Demon sect at all. He did not even know about the 10 Extremes sect. However, he still pretended to be unfathomable on the surface to prevent the couple from seeing any clues. "Then the two of you mean?" Zhuowen paused when he spoke up to hear. "Mister, you were able to kill the 10th absolute realm in one move. It can be seen that your strength is not ordinary. Even in the entire Great Song Mansion, you are one of the best. This scroll is actually much safer with you than the two of us. Moreover, with our insignificant strength, even if we had the treasure map, I'm afraid that we would not dare to go to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins." The woman with the bun smiled bitterly. "Why?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The woman with the bun did not doubt him, and said seriously, "The Supreme Demon Sect is a powerful force in the entire Pang world. Back then, before the Supreme Demon Sect fell, it ruled almost 90% of the forces in the Pang world. In particular, the Lord of Supreme Demon, who founded the Supreme Demon Sect, was a supreme high-level emperor. He had supreme power and was the strongest person in the Pang world. He was also the only monster who had advanced to the high-level emperor realm in the Pang world for thousands of years. Since the Lord of Supreme Demon, no one else had stepped into the high-level emperor realm for thousands of years. However, after the Lord of Supreme Demon established the glory of the Supreme Demon Sect, he mysteriously disappeared. After that, there were some rising stars who succeeded as the Lord of Supreme Demon Sect. However, none of them could reach the level of the Lord of Supreme Demon Sect. After that, the Supreme Demon Sect became obstinate and self-opinionated and lost the hearts of the people in the Pang world. In the end, they were besieged by countless forces and were annihilated overnight. However, the Great Demon Sect was, after all, the overlord of the panicked Great World. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Therefore, the last leader of the Great Demon Sect hid the inheritance, resources, and countless cultivation methods of the Great Demon Sect in a secret place. Later on, for some unknown reason, a treasure map of the Great Demon Sect's ruins began to circulate. Originally, we did not believe it. However, after we obtained this treasure map, we knew that the Great Demon Sect's ruins might really exist. Zhuowen also fell into deep thought when he heard what the woman with the hair in a bun said. From the few words of the woman, Zhuowen could guess that the name of this second heaven was actually called the Pang Great World. The Great Song Mansion that the man with a sallow face had mentioned should be a region in this Pang Great World. However, Zhuowen did not know anything about the Pang world. Therefore, he still needed a certain amount of time to understand this world. Moreover, he also knew that the flow of time in the second heaven was completely different from the outside world. A day in the outside world was actually a year in the second heaven. Zhuowen was not in a hurry now. Moreover, the first thing he had to do now should be how to obtain the mission given by the Tsang Long Taoist. If there was no mission, Zhuowen did not know how to get out of the second heaven. He did not plan to stay here forever. The most important thing was that he valued the flow of time in the second heaven so that he could break through to the emperor realm in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the scroll that the woman with the bun handed over. His right hand gently touched it and played with it for a while. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a glimmer of light. This was because the moment his palm touched the scroll, a message was transmitted to his mind from the scroll. The Songlong Taoist's voice also rang out. Chapter 1177. Incomplete map. Zhuowen listened to Taoist Master Tsang Long's voice quietly as he pondered. Roughly 15 minutes later, Taoist Master Tsang Long's voice came to an abrupt halt while Zhuowen silently digested Taoist Master Tsang Long's words. The second layer was called the Pang world. There were a total of 7 prefectures in the entire Pang world. The 7 prefectures were extremely vast, even several times larger than the Qingxian Empire. Each of the 7 prefectures had a core, and the master of each of the 7 prefectures was the prefect. The prefect of each prefecture was extremely terrifying. Within the 7 prefectures, the forces were tangled and complicated. There were many sects and clans, but these forces were all below the prefectures. There were very few forces that could rival the prefectures. Of course, the extreme demon sect back then was an exception. The extreme demon lord had forcefully reached the advanced emperor realm with his own talent, becoming the strongest person in the Pang world. He possessed the strength to look down on the prefectures of the 7 prefectures. Even the prefectures of the 7 prefectures had no choice but to lower their heads to the extreme demon lord. That was why the extreme demon sect was so glorious back then. Find the ruins of the extreme demon sect, learn the truth about the decline of the extreme demon sect, and learn the whereabouts of the extreme demon lord. When Taoist Master Tsang Long's voice gradually faded, the last sentence rang out in Zhuowen's mind again. Zhuowen knew that the last sentence should be the mission that Taoist Master Tsang Long had given him, the extreme demon sect and the extreme demon lord. Zhuowen frowned slightly. This mission was not simple. The extreme demon lord was an advanced emperor. If he wanted to crush him, Zhuowen only needed to move a finger. However, he did not know why such a peerless expert had suddenly disappeared without a trace. There had to be a hidden story behind this. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Zhuowen knew that he had to accept this mission even if he did not want to. If he did not complete this mission, he could forget about leaving the Pang world. Moreover, once he completed the mission, the rewards would be extremely generous. He could even unlock more functions and places of the Azure Dragon Hall. Compared to the risks, the rewards this time would definitely be many times better than the first layer. Zhuowen didn't directly open the scroll to look at the map inside. Instead, he smiled at the slightly nervous couple in front of him and said, "The 2 of you, it just so happens that I'm also planning to go to the Song Prefecture. I wonder if the 2 of you can bring me along." Originally, when the couple saw Zhuowen deep in thought, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They thought that Zhuowen would kill them to silence them after obtaining the treasure map. The 2 of them revealed nervousness in their eyes and were secretly on guard. However, at this moment, when Zhuowen spoke so courteously, it caused the originally nervous 2 people to secretly heave a sigh of relief. Among them, the sallow-faced man revealed a rare smile and said, "Since young master is going the same way as us, we naturally don't mind bringing young master to the great Song mansion." Zhuowen nodded and asked casually, "Who is the man with the ghost mask? Who sent him to kill you?" "Young master, don't you know about the 10 Extremes sect?" The woman with the hair in a bun asked somewhat strangely. Zhuowen's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, I'm just a carefree person. Previously, I was hidden in the mountains by my master to practice. Now, I've come out to practice, so I know very little about the outside world. Hearing this, the couple revealed a relieved expression. They didn't doubt Zhuowen's words very much. The panic world was very big. Hidden in the mountains, there were actually many warriors who didn't care about the outside world. Usually, there would occasionally be some young geniuses in the panic world. Most of these young geniuses were unfamiliar faces and were also born in the mountains. However, Zhuowen's strength was really terrifying. After all, the 10th Extremes was an expert in the late stage of Heavenly Master. He couldn't even withstand one move from Zhuowen. They really didn't know what kind of existence the master behind this boy was to be able to teach such a terrifying disciple. The 10 Extremes sect is actually a sect force in the panic world. However, the 10 Extremes sect is very different from other sections. That is, the 10 Extremes sect is very mysterious. No one knows where its headquarters are. Moreover, there are branches of the 10 Extremes sect in the 7 prefectures. Usually, they will accept some assassination missions entrusted by some warriors. The assassins of the 10 Extremes sect have all been professionally trained. They are all very strong, and many of them are even able to defeat those who are stronger than them. They can kill those who are stronger than them with lower cultivation. This kind of sect specializes in doing shameful things for cultivators, and their success rate is very high. Speaking of this, the couple revealed a slightly ugly expression. This time, if Zhuowen hadn't appeared, they would have been killed by the 10th Extremes. The 10 Extremes sect has 10 experts, from the 1st Extremes to the 10th Extremes. The one who was killed by you just now was the 10th Extremes. His cultivation was around the late stage of Heavenly Master. The woman with the hair in a bun said to Zhuowen gratefully, "Oh, the late stage of Heavenly Master was only ranked 10th. Then, the strength of the first 9 is much stronger than the 10th Extremes." Zhuowen didn't frown slightly. Instead, he was a little surprised by the strength of the 10 Extremes sect. According to this trend, the 10 Extremes sect was likely to have more than one Emperor Realm expert. You are right. The 10 Extremes sect is divided according to strength. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. It is said that the 1st Extremes sect's strength is truly terrifying. It seems that his cultivation has already broken through to the middle stage of Emperor Realm. This is also the fundamental reason why the 7 prefectures didn't touch the 10 Extremes sect despite the 10 Extremes sect being so rampant in the 7 prefectures. The woman with the hair in a bun said softly. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. According to the woman with the hair in a bun, the strength of the 7 prefectures in the panic world should be at the middle stage of Emperor Realm. If Emperor Realm warriors of this level collided, the power that could erupt would be extremely terrifying. In the end, it was likely that both sides would suffer. In addition, the activities of the 10 Extremes sect did not cause any losses to the 7 prefectures. Therefore, the 7 prefectures turned a blind eye to the 10 Extremes sect. The ship slowly sailed on the lake. In the process, Zhuowen learned a lot about the panic world from the couple with the hair in a bun. He also learned the names of the couple. The woman with the hair in a bun was called Zhang Shui, and the man with a slightly sallow complexion was called Ji Feng. The two of them were senior brother and sister, and their master was from the Greater One sect. The Greater One sect was a force second only to the Great Song Prefecture. It was also the second largest force in the Great Song Prefecture. The master of the Greater One sect and the master of the Great Song Prefecture were also old friends. This time, they were going to the Great Song Prefecture to visit the daughter of the master, Song Dai. Song Dai was once a disciple of the Greater One sect, but she was sent by her father to the Greater One sect to gain experience. She had only stayed in the Greater One sect for a year. However, when she was in the Greater One sect, the relationship between Song Dai and Zhang Shui was very good. Although Zhang Shui was much older than Song Dai, Zhang Shui often took care of Song Dai, causing the latter to treat her like a sister. It had been more than a year since Song Dai left the Greater One sect. Zhang Shui also missed Song Dai very much, so this time she hired a ship to go to the core city of the Great Song Prefecture with her husband, Ji Fong. They also knew that the treasure map on them was a little hot, so they planned to give it to the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie. However, the couple did not expect that the treasure map on them would be leaked out at some unknown time, and someone sent the 10th extremes to kill them with a large sum of money. You plan to give this scroll to the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie. Now that I have it, isn't it a little inappropriate? Zhuowen said with a smile, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. The Great Demon Sect's map was very important, even if it was the master of the Great Song Prefecture, who was a mid-level emperor. It was difficult to guarantee that he would not have a trace of greed. If that was the case, then Zhuowen was afraid that he would be in danger. With his current strength, it was still a little difficult for him to resist a fourth-layer emperor, and the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie's strength might be above the fourth-layer emperor, and he might even reach the fifth or sixth-layer emperor. Therefore, Zhuowen was extremely afraid of this master of the great world. If he fought with Song Jie for the treasure map, it would undoubtedly end in failure. Zhang Shui and Ji Fong also realized that they had said something wrong. The two of them quickly corrected themselves. "Young master, don't worry. We will never say that you have the treasure map." Zhuowen sneered. His eyes flickered, and he muttered, "How about this? I won't kill you. Give me a map of the Great Song Prefecture, and then you can leave the ship. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Hearing Zhuowen's words, the couple sighed in their hearts. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They knew that Zhuowen definitely did not trust them. However, this was pardonable. After all, they originally planned to give the treasure map to Song Jie. If the two of them revealed the secret, then Zhuowen would be in a very passive position. "Young master, this is the most detailed map of the Great Song Prefecture. Take it." Zhang Shui handed over a slightly dim map to Zhuowen with both hands. Zhuowen waved his hand and kept the map into his spirit ring. After that, he said indifferently, "You can leave now." The couple nodded and cupped their hands towards Zhuowen. Soon after, they took a step and broke through the air, leaving the deck of the ship. At their level, the speed of flight was very fast. It was unknown how many times faster than the ship. The couple only wanted to enjoy this rare and comfortable time, so they specially hired a ship and slowly headed towards the Great Song Prefecture. After the couple left, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out 2 scrolls. One of the scrolls was naturally the map of the Great Song Prefecture, and the other was the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins. After opening the 2 scrolls, Zhuowen casually glanced at them. With his current mental energy, it was easy for him to multitask. After a while, Zhuowen roughly looked through the contents of the 2 scrolls. The couple did not lie to him. The map of the Great Song Prefecture was indeed very detailed. With this map, Zhuowen would not get lost in the Great Song Prefecture. Chapter 1178, Great Song Province. Because the treasure map was not complete, it looked like it was only a fragment of the map. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that this treasure map was incomplete. It's actually a fragment of the map. Zhuowen was a little helpless. If this treasure map was incomplete, it could be said to be of little help to him. With just this fragment of the map, it was impossible to identify the location of the great demon sect ruins recorded in the treasure map. It seems that I can only take one step at a time. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He knew that it was impossible to find the ruins of the extreme demon sect by relying on this map fragment. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time in the panicked world, so Zhuowen was not in a hurry. Let's go to Great Song Province's Great Song City first. Keeping the scroll, Zhuowen took a step forward and broke through the sky. After flying in the sky for more than an hour, he saw a huge city in the distance. This city was built along the river, and the area was quite vast. Above the city gate, there were 3 large words, Great Song City, that were written in bold strokes. Landing on the shore, Zhuowen followed the flow of people into Great Song City. Inside, he casually found a restaurant. Zhuowen leisurely drank by himself, and at the same time, he listened to the chatter of the other warriors in the restaurant. I don't know why, but this time, Mansion Master Songjie actually invited heroes from all over the world to gather in Great Song City. I wonder what kind of big event it is. You actually don't know? It is said that the Great Demon Sect ruins have appeared, and the Great Demon Sect's map was also obtained by the 7 Mansion Masters. In order to gather all the fragments of the map, the 7 Mansion Masters set up a hero assembly. Each of them sent out their own region's geniuses to fight. If any of the mansion's geniuses can obtain the final victory, then the other 6 Mansion Masters will follow the agreement and hand over the map fragments in their hands to the victorious Mansion Master. Hero assembly. There is actually such a thing. However, if the Great Demon Sect ruins map is gathered, then the other 6 Mansion Masters who failed can't enter the Great Demon Sect ruins. That's not it. The other 6 Mansion Masters can also enter, but the map of the Supreme Devil Sect ruins is in the hands of the victorious Mansion Master, and the other 6 Mansion Masters will have a lot less slots to bring into the Supreme Devil Sect ruins. Within the wine shop, the sound of idle chatter rang out. Zhuowen quietly sat in the corner of the wine shop. Hearing the discussions around him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that the 7 big mansions of the panicked great world were actually planning to hold a hero assembly. Moreover, from the looks of it, the 7 big mansions all had incomplete maps in their hands. In other words, there were at least 8 complete maps of the Great Demon Sect ruins, or even more. Zhuowen pulled over the waiter who was passing by and asked indifferently, "Waiter, I wonder when the heroes' assembly will be held." Originally, the waiter who was suddenly pulled back was a little annoyed. However, after he felt the aura that was as vast as the ocean on Zhuowen's body, he didn't dare to throw a tantrum. Instead, he said rather politely, "My lord, we don't know the specifics of the hero assembly. Only after entering the Great Song Mansion and obtaining the approval of Mansion Master Songjie will we know." Hearing those words, Zhuowen nodded his head and casually tossed a middle-rank spirit stone to the waiter. After the waiter happily left, Zhuowen revealed a contemplative expression. It seemed that he would have to enter the Great Song Mansion. After deliberating for a while, Zhuowen stood up and paid the bill. He then walked directly towards the Great Song Mansion. The Great Song Mansion was grand and had a complex structure. There were countless pavilions and towers inside. When he arrived at the red lacquer gate, the attitude of the 2 guards at the gate was not that bad. Instead, they took the initiative to ask, "Young master, are you planning to participate in the hero assembly under the invitation of Mansion Master Songjie?" "I am indeed here because of the hero assembly." Zhuowen nodded. "Since that is the case, young master can enter the mansion. Our Great Song Mansion welcomes young talents like young master." The guard said politely. Zhuowen did not expect the guards of the Great Song Mansion to be so polite. However, this was related to him not being able to conceal his aura. Since Mansion mastered Sangja plan to invite all the geniuses in the Great Song Mansion to gather in Great Song City, he would naturally welcome those young talents who were not old but had a strong cultivation. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, the two guards whispered to each other. Their gazes were also filled with a hint of surprise. The aura on this young master's body is so strong. He seems to be around 22 years old, right? He is indeed very strong. He is stronger than most of the young warriors who came in before. He is even comparable to those veteran warriors. This child is not simple. After entering the mansion, a green-clothed manservant walked in front of Zhuowen. He nodded and bowed as he said, "Young master, are you here because of the hero assembly?" Zhuowen nodded. Seeing this, the smile on the green-clothed manservant's face became even wider. He gestured with his right hand and said with a smile, "Young master, please follow me. Everyone who comes from afar is a guest. I will first bring young master to the gathering place." As he spoke, the green-clothed manservant slowly led the way in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen naturally did not have any objections. He leisurely followed behind the green-clothed manservant. At the same time, he sized up the scenery of the Great Song Mansion from the corner of his eyes. This Great Song Mansion was indeed imposing. Countless pavilions and towers appeared in the surroundings. Carved railings and jade walls, tall pavilions and platforms faintly revealed a trace of solemnity. After passing through a rather long corridor, the green-clothed manservant brought Zhuowen to a rather magnificent hall. At this moment, there were many seats in the hall. Moreover, they were arranged in a way that faced each other. There was a seat at the head of the hall. However, at this moment, this seat was empty, and there was no one there. Below the head of the hall, rows of seats were basically filled. Because there were too many people, most of the warriors were basically standing behind the 2 rows of seats. It looked like a black mass. Fortunately, the hall was large enough, so it did not seem so crowded. Zhuowen glanced around. There were about 100 people in the hall. Moreover, their strength was above the realm of 4 sovereigns. Especially the 10 warriors sitting in the 2 rows, their auras were the strongest. Their cultivations were all above the realm of Empyrean. Zhuowen even felt that one of them had a particularly strong aura. His cultivation was the same as his at the peak of the realm of Empyrean. This person was about 27 years old. He was dressed in a light purple robe. His face was resolute and his eyes were sharp. Just by sitting there, he was like a mountain rising from the ground. He was majestic and majestic. Moreover, Zhuowen had also discovered that most of the martial artists present were not more than 30 years old. It seemed that this hero assembly should also have a certain age restriction. After all, the older one was, the more time they would have to cultivate. Therefore, their cultivation would naturally be much stronger than those younger martial artists. If some old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of years were randomly selected to participate in the hero assembly, then wouldn't those younger warriors be at a disadvantage? Many people in the hall looked at the purple-clothed man with eyes that contained a strong sense of fear and reverence. Even the Empyrean warriors in the other 9 seats had similar expressions. Peak of the realm of Empyrean. That was already a warrior who stood at the peak of the realm of 4 sovereigns. He was only 1 step away from the realm of Emperor. The sound of Zhuowen entering the hall was not very loud. Therefore, it did not attract the attention of most people. However, the purple-clothed youth at the peak of the realm of Empyrean could not help but glance at the door from the corner of his eyes. However, the moment he saw Zhuowen, the indifference in his eyes suddenly turned into doubt. This was because he was actually unable to sense the true cultivation aura of the young man who had just entered. In particular, this young man was several years younger than him. In front of a cultivator who was younger than him, he was actually unable to see through his true cultivation. This caused the purple-clothed man to be slightly surprised. However, he was only surprised. Soon, he regained his calm and muttered in a low voice, "Maybe he has cultivated a special concealment secret technique. However, these are all unorthodox methods and are not worth mentioning." As he spoke, his attention was no longer on Zhuowen. Instead, he silently waited for the arrival of Palace Master Songjia. This time, his goal was to participate in the hero assembly and obtain a quota to enter the ancient ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect. He believed that with the Supreme Demon Sect's foundation, if he entered the ancient ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect and obtained a certain opportunity, then he might be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Zhuowen silently entered the crowd and did not attract anyone's attention. He also followed the crowd and waited for the appearance of Palace Master Songjia. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a group of people walked in from outside the hall. The person in the lead was extremely tall. He was actually more than 10 feet tall. As soon as he entered the hall, he gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. This person was about middle-aged. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as if his eyes contained a sharp sword. There were two figures following behind this person. One of them was actually a young lady. This lady had high eyebrows, and her eyes were like flowing water. There was a trace of sparkling light in her eyes. However, there was also a trace of mischievousness in them. The other was an old man in a wide robe. This old man's aura was very ordinary. However, if one had sharp eyes, they would definitely be able to see that this old man was not ordinary. Within the crowd, Zhuowen's gaze was fixed on the tall middle-aged man and the old man in a wide robe. His face was filled with caution, especially the middle-aged man. The aura that he emitted gave Zhuowen an extremely dangerous feeling. It was even more dangerous than the Azura Island's island lord, Azura. As for the old man in a wide robe, his aura was also powerful. However, there was still a large gap between him and the middle-aged man. He was about the third heaven emperor realm, Palace Master Songjia. When the middle-aged man and the other two arrived, all the warriors in the hall stood up and cupped their hands. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Even the purple-robed man at the peak of the heavenly master realm, who was sitting at the front, stood up and lowered his head slightly to show his respect. "Thank you, young talents, for coming to my great palace master, Songjia." Chapter 1179. Yao Shisheng so strong. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, looking at Mansion Master Songjia. His eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. Mansion Master Songjia's aura was very vigorous. He was definitely stronger than a fourth-layer emperor, or perhaps a fifth-layer emperor. "Ha! I presume everyone knows about the hero assembly this time?" Mansion Master Songjia said quite frankly. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. They had traveled thousands of miles from Great Song Prefecture to Great Song City for this hero assembly. Now that Mansion Master Songjia had mentioned the main point, they naturally paid close attention. "I wonder if Mansion Master can tell us the details of this hero assembly?" The purple-clothed youth, who had been sitting at the front, suddenly opened his mouth. Mansion Master Songjia glanced at the purple-clothed youth, especially when he saw that the purple-clothed youth had the aura of a peak heavenly venerable. The smile on his face was slightly wider as he said, "You should be greater one sex Yao Shisheng, right?" The purple-clothed youth bowed and said, "Mansion Master's eyes are indeed as sharp as pearls. To be able to recognize this junior, This junior is overwhelmed by your favor. It's actually Yao Zhisheng. No wonder his cultivation has reached the peak of heavenly venerable before the age of 30. This is the most talented disciple in the history of Greater One Sect. It is said that he is the direct disciple of Greater One Sect's master. I'm afraid he will inherit Greater One Sect's mantle in the future. After Mansion Master Cangjie announced Yao Zhisheng's name, it caused a lot of uproar in the hall. Obviously, Yao Zhisheng's reputation in Great Tsang Prefecture was very high. The rules of the hero assembly this time are actually very simple. It's a competition of the strength of the younger generation martial artists of the 7 great prefectures. Every prefecture will send out 5 representatives to carry out challenges. If the genius of any prefecture is able to persist until the end and not be eliminated, then that prefecture will become the final victor. Speaking of this, Cangjie smiled and said, "This time, my great Tsang prefecture already has 3 quotas. Now, I will choose 2 quotas to participate in this hero assembly." Hearing those words, the atmosphere of the hall immediately became heavy. Everyone looked at each other, and their brows slightly furrowed. There were nearly 100 martial artists in the hall, but only 2 were able to participate in the hero assembly. It could be seen how high the elimination rate was. Cangjie didn't pay attention to the dissatisfaction in the eyes of other martial artists in the hall. This hero assembly was related to the complete map of the Great Demon Sect ruins. He couldn't allow any mistakes. If the selected martial artists weren't qualified, Cangjie naturally wouldn't give those 2 places. If no one has any objections, then follow me to the Great Tsang Mansion's martial arts practice field. We will conduct the selection battle there. After saying that, Cangjie smiled and looked around. His expression caused many people to complain secretly. However, they did not dare to refute Cangjie. After all, Cangjie was the mansion master of Great Tsang Prefecture and a mid-emperor realm expert. He was not someone they could defy. Although his words sounded like a negotiation, Cangjie's tone was unquestionable. "I'll leave everything to the Manor Lord." Yao Zhisheng nodded and said seriously, "Good. Everyone, please follow me." Cangjie laughed loudly. He waved his hand and led everyone out of the hall. The martial arts field of the Datsang Mansion was located in the northwest corner. There was a vast open space there, and there were 5 high platforms spread out in the open space. Around the high platforms, there were all kinds of weapons placed. At this moment, there were already many warriors sparring on the high platforms in the martial arts field. These were basically the martial artists of Great Tsang Mansion. When Cangjie led everyone into the martial arts practice field, many of the martial artists in the martial arts practice field retreated to the side. They bowed slightly, and their faces were full of respect. The rules of this selection battle are very simple. This mansion master will stand in the central arena. You can choose from the surrounding 4 arenas. As long as you can defeat your opponent in the arena and remain standing until the end, then you will become the champion of this arena. After eliminating all your opponents, the cultivator, who becomes the champion, will advance to the 2nd round of the selection battle. Remember, there are only 4 platforms in the martial arts practice field. That is to say, there are only 4 champions. As long as you defeat the champion of the platform, you will become the new champion. As long as you are strong enough and not eliminated by others, you will be qualified to advance to the 2nd round. On the central platform, Cangjie stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked around at nearly 100 people and said loudly. In the crowd, Zhuowen looked pensive. The champion elimination system proposed by Cangjie was quite cruel. If you became the champion, you would have to accept the challenges of nearly 100 people. Only if you defeated all your challengers, you would be qualified to advance to the second round. If you failed, this qualification would be taken by the next champion. Let's start now. Songjia waved his sleeves and said loudly. However, the atmosphere in the audience was a little dignified. Everyone was not stupid. They knew that the first champion would be challenged by the most people. Whoosh! Yao Zhixing, who was dressed in a purple robe, stepped out and landed on one of the platforms. He looked down at the other warriors in the audience. Not long after Yao Zhixing stepped onto the platform, 3 more figures occupied the other 3 platforms. They were all warriors at the late stage of the Celestial Master Realm. Their auras were bulging and looked exceptionally terrifying. When they saw that the strength of the 4 arena masters was so terrifying, the many martial artists below the stage who were ready to make a move were all silent. Yao Zhixing aside, the 3 late-stage heavenly venerables in the other 3 arenas were already enough to make them suffer. Looking at the warriors in the audience who did not move for a long time, Songjia frowned and said loudly, "If you don't take action, these 4 champions will directly advance to the second round in an hour." Sure enough, after Songjia's words came out, the warriors who had been quiet became restless again. Immediately, 4 figures rushed out and went onto the 4 platforms. Since Songjia said that the champions who were not challenged in an hour would automatically advance to the next round, they naturally could not give such a good opportunity to Yao Zhixing and the other 3. They had to fight for it. The strength of these 4 warriors was very ordinary. They were directly blasted off the platform by the 4 champions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 4 cultivators were blasted off the stage, another 4 figures flashed onto the high platform. They used all of their skills to try and defeat the ringmasters. Unfortunately, the second batch of people was not strong enough to shake the 4 ringmasters. As time went by, more and more warriors were eliminated. The strength of the first 4 champions was really too strong. Most of the warriors in the audience were not the opponents of these 4 champions. Zhuo Wen silently stood where he was, quietly observing the progress of the arena matches. He knew that in this group of people, there were 10 Empyrean level martial artists. Of these 10 Empyrean level martial artists, 4 of them had already stepped up to become arena masters. Now, there were only 6 left. Zhuo Wen knew that as the crowd was gradually eliminated, these 6 Empyrean level martial artists would definitely step up. Sure enough, when there were only a few warriors left in the audience, the remaining 6 warriors finally moved. 3 of them turned into 3 shadows and came to the 3 platforms except for Yao Zhixing. Yao Zhixing was an expert at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. Among this group of people, he was the strongest. Since there were only 4 champions, the remaining 6 Celestial Masters were not stupid enough to face such a difficult opponent, like Yao Zhixing. The 3 warriors who rushed onto the platform were weaker than the 3 champions. They were either middle-stage Celestial Masters or early-stage Celestial Masters. Although the battle between the 6 was extremely fierce, the 3 champions were late-stage Celestial Masters after all. Their cultivations were suppressed to a certain extent. Therefore, after fighting for dozens of rounds, the 3 champions eliminated the 3 challengers one after another. Now there are only 4 warriors left in the audience. Songjia looked at the 4 champions with some appreciation. It was not easy to maintain a winning record from the beginning to the end. After all, they had experienced so many battles. Although the 4 champions' cultivations were not low, they had consumed a lot of energy. For them, this was still a loss. However, the majority of the surrounding people were paying attention to those remaining 3 Empyrean martial artists, while Zhuo Wen was directly ignored. Songjia glanced slightly at the remaining 4 warriors. When his eyes fell on Zhuo Wen, his body trembled, and his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Interesting. This boy is much younger than Yao Zhixing, but he has reached such a high cultivation. It seems that he is not simple. Songjia murmured in a low voice and looked at Zhuowen meaningfully. Zhuowen naturally felt Songjia's surprised gaze, but he did not feel strange. With Songjia's cultivation, if he noticed him, he would definitely be able to see that he deliberately concealed his aura. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 3 warriors no longer hesitated. They all flew up and immediately broke out 3 violent original energy fluctuations. Because of Yao Zhixing's deterrence, at this moment no one challenged him. He stood in the arena and looked quite leisurely. He even looked at the battles in the other 3 arenas with interest. Among the remaining 3 warriors, 2 were middle-stage Celestial Masters, and the other was late-stage Celestial Master. The late-stage Celestial Master warrior was slightly older than Yao Zhixing. He should be about 28 or 29 years old. He was dressed in black and held a black dagger. His attacks were always unexpected, forcing the champion, who was also at late-stage Celestial Master, to be flustered and panting. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds of collision rang out, followed by 2 muffled groans. Immediately, the 2 middle-stage Celestial Masters flew out and crashed heavily on the ground. Obviously, they had also failed their challenge. Bang! The instant these 2 warriors were eliminated, another figure flew out and smashed into the ground not far from the 2 of them. The 2 of them focused their eyes and were stunned to discover that the person who had been sent flying was actually the arena master who had been challenged by the man in black. Chapter 1180. Screaming, the eliminated arena master clutched his chest as he stared at the man in black on the stage with fear in his eyes. The strength of the man in black was very terrifying. Although he was also at the late heavenly venerable realm, he felt a lot of pressure from this person. He knew that even if he faced this person with his peak strength, he would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Since then, Zhuowen was the only one left below the stage. Although many of the surrounding cultivators noticed that Zhuowen was concealing his aura, they didn't care too much about it. After all, Zhuowen looked too young, only around 22 years old. It was unlikely that his cultivation would be very high. After all, Yao Zhixing was known as the strongest disciple of the Greater One sect, and he had also reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm at the age of 27. This speed was already considered monstrous. So after seeing how young Zhuowen was, many people did not think that Zhuowen's cultivation would be very strong. Yao Zhixing, who was standing on the stage, glanced at Zhuowen indifferently and did not pay much attention to him. His thoughts were similar to the others. Deng, deng, deng. Zhuowen stepped forward, walking step by step towards the eastern arena. On the arena was another one of the 4 arena masters who had lasted until now, after fighting for more than an hour. Even if this person was a late, heavenly venerable realm martial artist, he could not take it anymore. However, when he saw Zhuowen walking over, he frowned and asked coldly, "You plan to challenge me?" "Yes." Zhuowen nodded, but his footsteps were not slow as he jumped onto the stage. "Reason?" the man said coldly. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Because you look the weakest. This reason should be more sufficient, right?" As soon as these words came out, the martial artist who was being challenged stiffened, and then burst into a monstrous rage. This young man, whose aura did not seem strong, dared to say such words in public. To him, this was undoubtedly a ruthless slap in the face. "It seems that you are very confident, but soon your confidence will become a joke." With a cold snort, the martial warriors stomped on the ground, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Then, the person shot out like an arrow from a bow, instantly appearing beside Zhuowen. His right fist suddenly blasted out, bringing with it a sharp, whistling sound as it tore through the air. Zhuowen's long hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. Immediately, Zhuowen twisted his right hand and pinched the warrior's fist. The power of Buddhism spread throughout Zhuowen's right hand. The martial artist only felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Then, to his horror, he discovered that his right hand was tightly gripped by Zhuowen, unable to move at all. Crack! With a twist of Zhuowen's hand, the cultivator immediately let out a miserable shriek. Zhuowen's right fist blasted out, smashing into the cultivator's chest. A muffled sound rang out, and the cultivator was cleanly sent flying. Boom! The martial warriors landed heavily on the ground. Soon after, he struggled a few times, but was unable to get up. Clearly, the injuries he suffered were quite serious. One move. Zhuowen only used one move to cleanly send the arena master off the stage. Almost everyone's eyes were gathered on the arena master, who was sent flying off the stage. After a long while, they finally believed what had happened in front of them. So powerful, an uproar swept out like a hurricane. Soon after, everyone's gazes shifted slightly and landed on Zhuowen, who was quietly standing on the stage. The nonchalant expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared, defeating an advanced heavenly master with one move. Although the arena master's yuan power was exhausted after fighting for a long time, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to defeat the exhausted arena master. Oh, this lad is quite strong. Yao Zhisheng frowned slightly, looking at Zhuowen, who had ascended the stage to become the new arena master. It seemed that he had indeed underestimated this lad from the beginning. The other two arena masters also cast their gazes towards Zhuowen, revealing a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Although the arena master defeated by Zhuowen was not at his peak fighting strength to be able to defeat him in one move, it was obvious that even if the latter had peak fighting strength, the probability of defeating Zhuowen was not high. This lad is still hiding his cultivation? Really? On the central stage, Cangjie looked at Zhuowen, shook his head, and muttered to himself somewhat helplessly. However, Cangjie was more happy. Zhuowen was 4 or 5 years younger than Yao Zhisheng, but his cultivation was already similar to Yao Zhisheng. As long as one was not a fool, they would know that between the two, Zhuowen's talent was naturally much stronger. Moreover, it seemed that Zhuowen did not belong to any force, so Cangjie was somewhat tempted to recruit him into the great Tsang mansion. The 4 people in the first round have all been selected. Then, the 4 of you should rest for a while. After an hour, the second round of the competition will begin on the central stage. Remember, there are only 2 spots, so the 4 of you only have one chance. If you win, you will have a spot to participate in the hero assembly. Cangjie said indifferently. Yao Zhisheng and the other 3 nodded, and immediately sat cross-legged on the stage to meditate according to Cangjie's instructions. Many envious gazes were cast from below the stage. This hero assembly was related to the great demon sect ruins. If all the maps were gathered, then they would have the qualifications to enter the great demon sect with Cangjie. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing quietly below the stage. The leader of these 4 figures was a young girl. This girl's face was quite delicate and cute. Behind the girl, there was an old man with a huge aura standing silently. These 2 people were the 2 people who had entered the hall with Cangjie. Many people around looked at these 2 people with a trace of awe. There was no other reason. The young girl was Cangjie's daughter, Tsang Dai, and the old man behind Tsang Dai was the general manager of the great Tsang mansion. He had a pivotal position in the great Tsang mansion. On the other side of Tsang Dai, there was a couple in their 30s standing silently. At this moment, the couple was staring at the stage where Zhuowen was at with a strange expression. The woman with the bun couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "It's him!" If Zhuowen paid attention to this, he would be able to recognize this couple. Weren't they the couple, Zhang Shui and Ji Fong, who were assassinated by the 10th extremity? Song Dai also noticed the strange expression on the couple's faces. She frowned slightly and said softly, senior sister's husband, what's wrong?" Zhang Shui and Ji Fong looked at each other. Soon after, Zhang Shui gritted her teeth and said, "Junior sister, Song Dai, you also know that we were assassinated by the 10th extremity of the 10 Extremities sect when we were on our way to the great Song Mansion, right?" Song Jie nodded. Her watery eyes stared straight at the couple as she said, "I know. Senior sister, didn't you say that the 10th ultimate was killed by an unfamiliar young man, and that he even saved your lives?" Zhang Shui nodded. Soon after, she pointed at Zhuowen's back and said softly, "The young man who saved us last time is that person." "What?" Song Dai was stunned. Soon after, her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen. Although the 10th extremity's cultivation was at the advanced stage of the heavenly venerate realm, its fighting strength was at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. Although Zhuowen's performance was quite amazing, he should still be far from the 10th extremity, which could kill a peak heavenly venerate realm cultivator. However, Zhang Shui said that the person who killed the 10th extremity was Zhuowen, who was only 22 years old. This made Song Dai look at Zhuowen in a different light. This was because Zhang Shui had guessed that this young man might be an Emperor Realm expert. This young man's cultivation has not reached the Emperor Realm. However, he has reached the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. The old man standing beside Song Dai said indifferently. So he is at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. However, this young man is only 22 years old. To be able to reach Yao Zhixing's level at such a young age, his master must be extraordinary, Song Dai said with a frown. Ji Fong, who was standing beside Zhang Shui, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Junior Song Dai, actually one of the incomplete maps of the great demon sect ruins, is with this young man." However, before Ji Fong could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Zhang Shui. He did not continue his sentence. "Shui, why are you stopping me?" Ji Fong asked with a frown. "Husband, we promised him that we would not tell anyone about this. If you do this..." Zhang Shui frowned and said with a slightly displeased tone, "That young man helped us because of the incomplete maps on us. I don't think he is a good person at all," Ji Fong said indignantly. Seeing that the couple was arguing, Song Dai waved her hand and stopped the argument. She said, "Senior brother-in-law, you said that you have the incomplete maps of the great demon sect ruins on you?" Ji Fong nodded and said, "Yes. Originally, we planned to give the incomplete maps to Song Dai Palace Master. However, we encountered the 10th extremity. That young man came out halfway. Although he killed the 10th extremity, he also took the incomplete maps on us. He has one of the incomplete maps on him." Song Dai squinted her beautiful eyes and stared at Zhuowen's back. No one knew what she was thinking. "Miss, do you want me to tell Song Dai Palace Master to take the incomplete maps from this young man?" The old man whispered to Song Dai. Song Dai shook her head and said, "There is no need to rush. This young man is very talented and was able to kill the 10th extremity. It seems that he does not belong to any sect. We can actually recruit him into the great Song Mansion. At that time, we can exchange for the incomplete maps from him. For now, let's watch the second round of battles." Hearing Song Dai's words, the old man nodded and did not have any objections. After an hour, the 4 arena masters on the 4 arenas opened their eyes and slowly stood up. Song Dai, who was in the middle of the arena, waved his sleeve and immediately took out 4 light sticks. He said with a smile, "The 4 of you will draw a light stick. When the light sticks match, your opponent will be chosen." After Tsangdai Palace Master's words, Zhuowen, Yao Zhixing, and the other 2 did not have any objections. They extended their right hands and drew their light sticks. Chapter 1181. Shadow of 1,000 Bats. When the man in black saw that his opponent was Zhuowen, he frowned slightly. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and there was no fear at all. Let the second round begin. As soon as Mansion Master Tsangjia's voice fell, Zhuowen and the man in black jumped onto the stage. Yao Zhixing and another late stage, heavenly venerable warrior jumped onto the other stage. Yao Zhixing's opponent's aura was obviously much weaker than Yao Zhixing's. After all, Yao Zhixing was a peak heavenly venerable warrior. Even if he had peak fighting strength, he was only a late stage heavenly venerable. No matter what, he was not likely to be Yao Zhixing's opponent in this battle. Boom! The instant they leapt onto the stage, the battle between the 2 began. Frightening Yuan power was just like ripples in water as it spread out in all directions. Colorful Yuan power energy overflowed in all directions, appearing rather dazzling. The crowd below the stage all revealed expectant gazes as they looked at the scene on the 2 stages. They really wanted to know who would obtain the quota for the hero assembly. Of course, most people did not pay much attention to Yao Zhixing's battle because they knew that Yao Zhixing's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He would absolutely crush a late-stage heavenly venerable warrior. On the contrary, the battle between the man in black and Zhuowen attracted most of the attention. In the audience's opinion, the 2 of them should be evenly matched. Generally, this kind of battle was quite exciting. Therefore, the spectators who liked to watch a good show naturally liked this kind of battle. Have you cultivated a secret technique to conceal your cultivation? The man in black stared at Zhuowen, and his eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Zhuowen shrugged and did not answer. Instead, he said indifferently, "Tell me your name." The man in black snorted and said, "My name is Jiang Jia. It's your turn." Zhuowen said concisely. However, the moment Zhuowen's voice fell, Jiang Jia moved. His speed was extremely fast, and he turned into a black lightning in front of Zhuowen. In half a breath, he had unknowingly arrived behind Zhuowen. Whoosh! A black dagger flew out from Jiang Jia's sleeve, aiming at Zhuowen's vitals. Everything seemed so natural and smooth. Quite a number of people below the stage cried out softly when they saw Jiang Jia's smooth movements. Jiang Jia's unexpected attack was really too perfect. If they were in Zhuowen's current situation, they would discover that they would not be able to dodge this attack at all. Zhuowen quietly stood at the same spot. He could feel the strong wind coming from behind him. With a cold snort, he stepped on the ground, and his entire body was like a windmill standing upside down in the air. Jiang Jia's dagger that was about to sneak an attack from behind missed. Not good. Jiang Jia's pupils shrank when his attack missed. He planned to retreat immediately, but Zhuowen naturally would not let him succeed. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. An indifferent voice sounded. Then Zhuowen descended from the sky. His right palm turned into a fist, and he suddenly punched out. A blazing golden light overflowed in all directions like a blazing sun. The whistling wind from the fist made Jiang Jie's pupils shrink to the size of needles. With a low shout, the black dagger in his right hand tilted, and the blade of the dagger slashed towards Zhuowen. Bang! Facing Jiang Jie's dagger, Zhuowen did not dodge at all. He clenched his right fist tightly and directly punched forward. Then a mountain-like force exploded. Jiang Jie's right hand suddenly bent, and the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Ah! Jiang Jie let out a blood-curdling scream and hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. His left hand was clutching his right hand, which was obviously bent at an irregular angle. His eyes were fixed on Zhuo Wen, who was in front of him. His heart had already sunk to the bottom. Zhuo Wen's physical body was so terrifying. The power of that punch seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies, directly crushing him. This scene was seen by countless people below the stage, especially when they saw that Jiang Jie's right hand had been fractured by Zhuo Wen's attack. Everyone began to discuss spiritedly and whisper. Originally, they thought that this would be an evenly matched battle, but now it seemed that it had completely exceeded their expectations. So strong. How can this young man named Zhuo be so terrifying? Jiang Jie is an advanced heavenly master warrior, but his right arm was broken by him in one move. It seems that we have underestimated the strength of this young man. I'm afraid that he already has the strength to compete with Yao Zhixing. Discussions slowly rang out. In the arena, Jiang Jie's face was as pale as snow. He stared at Zhuo and slowly retreated. Do you still want to fight? Zhuo slowly walked over, his eyes full of indifference. Jiang Jie frowned slightly, his eyes flashing as if he had made up his mind. He snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect your physical strength to be so terrifying, but I don't believe that you can be faster than me. Shadow of 1,000 bats. As he spoke, Jiang Jie stomped his foot. Suddenly, countless bat shadows surrounded his body. Then, his speed reached the extreme, and he disappeared in an instant before Zhuowen's eyes. So fast, the moment Jiang Jie transformed into the shadow of 1,000 bats, the people below the arena only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They couldn't see Jiang Jie's shadow at all. The only thing they could recognize was the countless bat shadows that were constantly flashing in the arena. Zhuo Wen stood quietly in the middle of the ring, looking at the countless bat shadows around him. He frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and his right hand made a grabbing motion in the air. However, he only managed to grab empty air. He had only grabbed the bat shadows. Ha! The speed of the shadow of 1,000 bats is not something that you can compare with. What's the use of your physical strength? It's useless if you can't hit me. Jiang Jie's slightly arrogant voice came from the countless bat shadows. It was like an echo that filled the entire arena. Bang! At this moment, the battle on Yao Zhixing's side was completely over. Yao Zhixing slowly turned around and stared at the arena where Zhuo and Jiang Jie were. He crossed his arms and watched with interest. He naturally noticed that Zhuo had broken Jiang Jie's right hand with one move. He also paid attention to this Zhuo. Although he still couldn't see through Zhuowen's depth, he guessed that this boy's cultivation was about the same as his. It was very likely that he was also at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. He's only 22 years old, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. Yao Zhixing muttered in a low voice. He felt a little uncomfortable and looked at Zhuo with an unfriendly gaze. He was the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Greater One sect and was considered a top genius in the entire Great Song Mansion. The only people who could surpass him in talent were the geniuses of the Great Song Mansion. The geniuses of other forces simply couldn't compare with him. Now, a young man who was 4 or 5 years younger than him had suddenly appeared, and his cultivation was not weaker than him. This situation made the proud and arrogant Yao Zhixing faintly unhappy. This Jiang Jie's shadow of 1,000 bats movement technique has some skill. It shouldn't be easy for this Zhuo to break through. Master Sangye also stared at the arena where Zhuowen and Jiangjie were and muttered in a low voice. When Jiangjie and Zhuowen were fighting, he already knew that the victory of this battle was leaning towards Zhuowen. Therefore, when Zhuowen broke Jiangjie's arm in one move, he wasn't surprised at all. Whoosh! Amidst the countless bat shadows, a cold beam of light suddenly shot out and headed straight for Zhuowen's back. This cold beam of light was extremely fast, so fast that many of the cultivators below the stage could not react in time. However, just as the cold light was about to land on Zhuowen's back, Zhuowen twisted his waist, and his right hand shot out like a poisonous snake. He immediately grabbed an arm and exerted force. Another bone-cracking sound rang out. The moment the bone-cracking sound rang out, it was accompanied by a miserable scream. "Get down here!" Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Then, a figure was suddenly pulled out from the shadow of 1,000 bats by Zhuowen. This figure was naturally Jiangjie, who was hidden in the countless bat shadows. At this moment, Jiangjie could be said to be miserable. Both of his arms were almost broken by Zhuowen's brute force and were hanging down powerlessly. He looked quite miserable. Bang! Zhuowen casually swung his right hand and threw Jiangjie to the ground. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to fight?" Jiangjie's body trembled. He stomped his feet and jumped down from the arena directly. Then he left the Tsang mansion directly. With both of his arms broken, he was too ashamed to stay there. Looking at Jiangjie, who left without hesitation, Zhuowen revealed an indifferent smile. Then he lifted his eyes and looked at Sangye. He said, "Mansion Master Sangye, this battle should be considered as my victory, right?" Mansion Master Sangye revealed a smile and said, "Of course." Then Sangye said to the crowd in a clear voice, "This time, the two participants have been selected. They are Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen. I believe no one has any objections, right?" As soon as these words came out, there was silence. No one raised any objections. After all, the strength of Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen was obvious to everyone. There was indeed no reason to object. Looking at the silent crowd, Sangye smiled faintly. Then he said to Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing with a smile, "The two of you, come with me. It's time to familiarize you with the other three." Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen looked at each other, speechless. They silently followed behind Sangye. As the strongest disciple of Greater One sect, Yao Zhixing had his own pride. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to greet Zhuowen. On the other hand, Zhuowen did not put Yao Zhixing in his eyes. After all, a peak heavenly master was nothing in his eyes. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two was rather strange. When Sangye took Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen away, the crowd in the martial arts practice field began to discuss spiritedly. Many people looked at the backs of Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen with envy. On the other side of the martial arts practice field, Sangye and the other three people were discussing something. "Miss, since one of the incomplete maps of Greater Demon Sect ruins is with Zhuowen, should we ask that boy for it?" The old man suddenly asked Sangye,